So welcome to the last class. So basically we are discussing the Quit India movement 1942, and in the Quit India movement overall there were two phases. The first phase was of the 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks of struggle. What is there to remember? One thing is that it was a movement which was totally violent. It was a movement which was totally violent. No non-violence at all. So you guys are failing Mahatma Gandhi again. तुम्हारे लोगों का कुछ नहीं हो सकता. इतना disappointed हूँ मैं तुमसे, ठीक है, तुम्हारे पूर्वजों से. ठीक है. Totally violent movement was there. So what is the reason that the movement is violent? The reason is, क्या है reason बताओ movement के violent होने का? बताओ. तुम्हें convince नहीं कर पाया मैं तुम्हारी जुराबें change करने से, हैं? तो ये बता दो मेरे को. Why the movement was violent? आप सोचो ना क्या हो गया, गलत जवाब दे दोगे, बताओ. Arresting of INC leaders. Very good. So whenever the movement will become leaderless, the chances of it being a controlled non-violent movement will be less. We have multiple instances in the past. For example, when the INC leaders, they were arrested during the 1921 Mopla revolt, right? So therefore the movement had become very, very violent, right? This kind of scenario. When Mahatma Gandhi was arrested in May 1930, so therefore because of the anger, in Sholapur, the workers, they became very, very violent. We have another example that when the extremists, they were arrested after the 1905 to 1908 phase of Swadeshi movement, the movement became violent. Revolutionaries, they rose, right? So ऐसे बहुत सारे past में incidents रहे हैं where if the leadership it is not present, then the people they can go haywire and they can become violent. So because the movement was leaderless and therefore people were not present to keep the people, leaders were not present to keep the people on the track of non-violence, therefore the movement it became violent. Plus we can also contribute that Mahatma Gandhi showed what you call as more radicalism. For example, his slogan of do or die, right? That could also have been interpreted by the people that Mahatma Gandhi did not want this movement to be non-violent, right? So that's on that basis we can say. But when violence is there, what happens? Repression takes place. Multiple times we have seen that whenever violence takes place, movement it is repressed. Because, for example, civil disobedience movement, British repression, right? So, matlab aisa in general. So, that's why the popular activity phase, माने कि mass politics वाला phase, it was repressed by the Britishers, and it was harshest repression. Harshest repression, जैसे, for example, the Britishers they burned villages. What do you mean by burning villages? Burning villages means that you are going to lit fire to the village, and then if the people either they will burn alive, or if they come out of the village, then you are going to shoot them down. So burning village is not a simple thing. Burning village is huge amount of brutality. Britishers, for example, they used aircrafts which fired upon the people who were protesting. So therefore huge amount of violence was there, right? And therefore this popular movement it was repressed, and from your 6 weeks onwards, underground activity. Underground activity means something like revolutionary activity. You are burning trains, you are blowing up bridges, this kind of activity is taking place. And in this activity, many of the leaders of a party called Congress Socialist Party, which was set up within INC in 1934. क्यों set up हुई थी हम आज ही देखेंगे उसको. But these leaders, they played an important role, right? They provided leadership, right? All activities they did, for example, students and women, right? Ladies, they're acting as couriers, transporting guns, etc. This kind of scenario. Congress radio is being set up for coordination of such activities. Parallel governments will also be set up. Parallel government का meaning क्या है? For example, basically overthrow of the district magistrate. Overthrow of the district magistrate. So for people came together and they overthrew the rule of the SP and the district magistrate, and they said that we are going to, in this particular area, we are going to establish our own government. So this is like called parallel government. Right. So all of these activities they are taking place, huge amount of violence is taking place in the second phase, which continues from 1942 until 1945. 1945 में when World War II ends, so INC leaders they are released, and INC leaders they ask the people कि अब हो गया, ठीक है? So therefore this is how World War II end हुई, तो Quit India movement end हुई, right? So this is what is there, right? सो पार्टिसिपेशन वाइज अगर देखा जाए तो हमने कहा कि भाई वर्कर्स देयर पार्टिसिपेशन वाज नेगेटिवली इंपैक्टेड बिकॉज कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया सेड दैट यूएसएसआर इज आवर बॉस एंड इट इज फाइटिंग द वर्ल्ड वॉर टू ऑन द साइड ऑफ द ब्रिटिशर्स, राइट. मुस्लिम लीग ऑब्वियसली इट फेल्ड दैट क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट अगर सक्सेसफुल हो गई इट विल लीड टू हिंदू राज, right? So that's why low participation. Otherwise, participation was good. Some brilliant points are also there. For example, this thing is taking place. Your zamidars for the first time, small zamidars for the first time. Nationalism ab itna बढ़ गया है that the small zamidars they also actively participated, and the big zamidars they stayed neutral. Otherwise, zamidar class has always remained pro-British, right? ठीक है, उस प्रकार से. Until unless the Britishers are hurting the interest of the zamidars. Example in Awadh. When they implemented Mehelwari. So Talukdars became anti-British because they lost lands. So till the point of time Britishers, they are not hurting the interests of the Zamidars. Example, Bengal. Zamidars, they stayed loyal to the British in 1857 revolt. So why did the Zamidars, ऐसा रट्टा नहीं मार लेना है, लॉजिक होना चाहिए. Why the Zamidars in Bengal are staying loyal to the British in 1857 revolt, whereas the Zamidars in Awadh, they are acting anti-British in the 1857 revolt, because permanent settlement benefits them and Mehelwari settlement does not benefit them, right? Because in Mehelwari settlement, in most of the cases, land is given to the actual cultivator. So that is why. So that is a simple logic, right? तो इस प्रकार से चीजें होनी है. Second phase activity we are going to continue. So write down a heading. Second phase activity. Second phase activity. See, you'll be surprised to write down the first sentence. ये सब चीजें पहली बार हो रही हैं, right? So you see, जब when these things are taking place, you automatically come to know that we are also kind of like coming to closer to independence. For example, government officials लिखिए, government officials leaked info. Government officials leaked info about raids. Government officials leaked information about raids. About raids. So like Achyut Patwardhan was there, right? So he's in Maharashtra. So he'd be getting a call from a police officer, right, that we are about to come. So okay, he said, okay, I am about to leave, right? So that he is not arrested. Second point, businessmen donated generously. Businessmen donated generously. Example, businessmen donated generously. Example, so a lady businessman, okay, although very very rare, but a lady businessman, Sumati Murarji, for example, she gave different car each day to Achyut Patwardhan, right? So that he cannot be detected by the police, that he's not caught by the police, right? So write down. Example, Sumati Murarji, Sumati, Sumati Murarji gave different car each day, gave different car each day to Achyut Patwardhan, ACHYUT, Achyut Patwardhan. Achyut Patwardhan. Next, pilots and train drivers delivered bombs. Pilots and train drivers delivered bombs. Pilots and train drivers delivered bombs and arms. Delivered bombs and arms. Right? Britishers, they wanted Mahatma Gandhi to condemn violence. Right? But at this particular point of time in 1943, when underground activity is going on, so एक ही जगह जो है, मतलब एक ही जगह मुझे ज़्यादा अच्छे लगते हैं महात्मा गांधी, वो यहाँ लगते हैं, वैसे अच्छे लगते हैं, यहाँ ज़्यादा अच्छे लगते हैं, ठीक. तो basically Britishers, they asked Mahatma Gandhi to condemn violence, right? Instead, Mahatma Gandhi started a fast unto death against the British violence. So Mahatma Gandhi is adopting the same position which Bal Gangadhar Tilak adopted in 1908 when he wrote the article Arrival of Bomb. So he condemned violence, but he said, Bal Gangadhar Tilak condemned violence, but he said that Britishers, they should understand that repression will be responded to by the Indian people by violence only. That's why on the charges of sedition, he was sent to Mandalay, Burma for 6 years from 1908 till 1914. So kind of like similar stand is being adopted by the Mahatma Gandhi, that why do not you look at your own violence? And he started a fast unto death, right? And this basically created a fear that what if Mahatma Gandhi dies? What if Mahatma Gandhi dies? And therefore, even those sections who are not in favor of Quit India movement, right, they also requested the British that please release Mahatma Gandhi from jail. Please release Mahatma Gandhi from jail, right? ऐसा. For example, those who were, जैसे 8 of 12 Indian ministers were there in the Viceroy Executive Council. So these people, they are obviously more pro-British. That's why they are being made ministers. So these people, they resigned. They are like कि भाई बुढ़ाऊ टपक गया अगर, ठीक है, मतलब कि महात्मा गांधी एजेड पर्सन, ठीक है, तो अगर ये टपक गए मतलब go on, ठीक, then what will happen to us, right? Whether our families will be able to live, whether we will be able to survive, what will happen to our political careers also. They're like हमें नहीं लेना इससे कुछ, ठीक है, why? Because government will be blamed. अब who is the government? You are the government. You are the 8 ministers. They're like, okay, tata, bye bye. Right? So therefore, this is how Mahatma Gandhi's fast. It is increasing the unity, because even those who are anti-Quit India movement on this particular issue of Mahatma Gandhi, they are coming together. Right? Plus Mahatma Gandhi is starting fast unto death. तो Mahatma Gandhi से blame करते, मतलब वो blackmail करते थे ना, ऐसे मर जाऊंगा ऐसे मतलब, ठीक है, ऐसे नहीं, मतलब खाऊंगा नहीं इस तरह, है ना, तो ऐसे करते थे महात्मा गांधी. तो issue will become internationally also famous, that Mahatma Gandhi is on fast unto death, and what if Gandhi dies now? So therefore, why he is on to fast? Because against the British violence. So what is the British violence? So therefore, अच्छा इतना सारा British violence, right? So therefore, the British press, it will start writing articles condemning the British violence, that all of this thing is taking place. So the issue will become internationally and important, and your Britishers, they will get what we'll call as bad press, right? This kind of scenario it is taking place. इधर जनता, ठीक, you guys, you are like गांधी जी मरने को तैयार है और मेरा बस एक हाथ टूटा हुआ, ऐसा कैसे, right? So therefore, you guys, you know, there will be a fresh upsurge. People, they will come out of their homes again. That if Mahatma Gandhi is ready to die, then you know what are we doing? ऐसा. So a fresh upsurge आएगा, fresh energy ऐसा आएगा. तो वो लिखिए. British wanted, next point, British wanted MG to condemn violence. British wanted MG to condemn violence. British wanted MG to condemn violence, comma, instead MG started fast unto death. Instead MG started fast unto death. In brackets 1943. Against British violence. And now, first subpoint. So what is the impact? And now, first subpoint. New energy to masses. Led to fresh mass upsurge. New energy to masses led to fresh mass upsurge. Acha, Amit Kumar Singh has also given the right answer, arrest of leaders. है ना? तो ऐसा. Second impact, second subpoint. Indian ministers in VEC resigned. As did not want blame of MG's death. Third subpoint, international media criticized British repression. International media criticized British repression in QIM. Fourth subpoint, even those against QIM demanded MG's release. Therefore, the fast increased unity. Therefore the fast increased unity. Therefore the fast increased unity. Next point, independent paragraph point. Parallel governments were set up. Parallel governments were set up in different parts. Parallel governments were set up in different parts. As British rule was overthrown. As British rule was overthrown in these parts. As British rule was overthrown in these parts. Achha, we need to ensure that all the files, they are uploaded. All the files, right? So whatever are pending, they should be uploaded, right? Okay. Example in Bhartiya. Example in Bhartiya. Ballia. Example in Bhartiya. In Eastern UP. Example in Bhartiya in Eastern UP. Example in Bhartiya in Eastern UP. ये सब कुछ आप लिख चुके हो. हैंडआउट्स का फायदा ये है that 90% of the things which are there in the handout or 95% of the things which are there in the handouts, it has been dictated. So you do not have to take printouts of the handouts, right? Because it will increase your आंखों में लगेगा इतना सारा करके कुछ है. But on the computer, you should go through it, because my intention when I started this program was that if a student simply limits to my classes, that is handouts and this, then he is very, very decently prepared for the prelims and definitely prepared for mains, right? Because we have the issue of classes, so therefore small each small facts, etc., they cannot be mentioned. Of those important facts and figures, they are mentioned in the handouts, which at times I do not dictate. Small facts, right? So एक स्टूडेंट अगर मजबूरी में है, वो कहता है कि सिर्फ मैं, कोई परफेक्ट तरीका तो है नहीं, ठीक है? If a student says I'm going to rely only on the classes and she or he asks me, sir आप बताओ फिर कर लूँ ऐसा? So from my side, 95% of the prelims and 99.9% of the mains are done in the class on the basis of these two sources, that is class notes and this, right? ऐसा. And this is very good level of preparation, right? It is like even those who are having history as an optional, if they rely on these two things, they will greatly benefit, right? At least they will benefit. Okay, much better than the way history is covered elsewhere, right? But if a student is feeling anxiety, that's other students, they are doing spectrum, right? So because spectrum is 900 pages, if any one of you has done spectrum already, stick with it. Why? Because वो आपका किया हुआ काम है. Why to put it in dustbin, right? Obviously information is there in spectrum. 900 सारे toppers भी spectrum वगैरह बोलते हैं, but point is कि वो 900 pages है and more focus is on the facts. तो कोई नहीं, understanding तो मैंने आपको provide कर दी. Now if you want and if you have already read spectrum, तो फिर spectrum. Otherwise vision IS material ले लो, ठीक है? It is much smaller than spectrum and it has decent amount of facts. With the help of these three sources, you are very, very well prepared. कुछ स्टूडेंट्स का मेल आया कि सर आई डोंट वांट टू टेक अ लुक एट विजनाइज मटेरियल, आई वांट टू स्टिक टू योर क्लास नोट्स एंड दिस थिंग, राइट? सो टू देम आई हैव रिप्लाइड को एक काम करो, तमिलनाडु एनसीईआरटी उठा लो, सो दैट इसी साइकोलॉजिकल कॉन्फिडेंस एक होता है ना. स्टूडेंट कहता है कि आई हैव डन तमिलनाडु एनसीईआरटी प्लस दीज मेनी हैंडआउट्स आर देयर एंड दीज मेनी पेजेस आर देयर. व्हेन यू विल सी ना 350 पेजेस ऑफ क्लास नोट्स, ठीक है, प्लस सम तमिलनाडु, तो यू फील कि यार और क्या है, हो गया मेरा अच्छा है प्रिपरेशन, राइट? सो साइकोलॉजिकली हेल्प करता है अगर आप किसी आउटसाइड ऑफ द कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट के कुछ आप एक या तो विजन आईएएस के मटेरियल या फिर लेट्स से तमिलनाडु एनसीईआरटी, ठीक है, ऐसा. एंड थर्ड लीस्ट प्रेफरेंस मतलब स्पेक्ट्रम. मैं 900 पेज ऐड कर दूंगा मैं आपके, जैसे मैं आपको बोलूंगा रीड स्पेक्ट्रम, तो फिर आपको सर फिर इतनी सारी क्लास से फायदा क्या हुआ? 400 पेज आपने लिखवा दिए, 900 उन्होंने लिख दिए, ठीक है, ग्रंथ हो गया. तो सो दैट इज नॉट द इशू. फिर तो अगर मैं आपको कहता कि रिलाई ऑन स्पेक्ट्रम, फिर तो मुझे क्लासेस 15 क्लासेस मुझे बहुत समरी टाइप प्रोवाइड करके आई शुड हैव एंडेड द क्लास. बट द पॉइंट इज, मतलब माई पर्सनल दिस थिंग इज देयर दैट एज अ स्टूडेंट वेन एवर आई एंटर्ड द कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट एंड मतलब नॉट फॉर जीएस बट फॉर ऑप्शनल, एंड इफ एवर आई फेल्ट that even after attending coaching institute, if I have to read 2-3 books, then my question was that what is the utility of this coaching then? ठीक है, मतलब कोई भी टीचर अगर कोई भी टॉपिक बहुत फास्ट बस ऐसा समरी टाइप से करा देता तो मतलब फिर खुद पढ़ना पड़ता है, पढ़ना तो पड़ता है यूपीएससी के लिए. सो देयरफॉर व्हाई एम आई अटेंडिंग दिस कोचिंग, मतलब मुझे लगता है मैं धोखा हुआ मेरे साथ, या मुझे लगता है यार मैं मतलब ऐसे यार कोचिंग अटेंड कर ली तो करा ही दो ना यार पूरा फिर, ठीक है। तो फिर इसलिए मतलब पर्सनली मैंने सोचा कि मैं जब पढ़ाऊंगा तो मैं ऐसे पढ़ाऊंगा कि स्टूडेंट्स दे कम तो उनको कुछ ऐसा ना हो कि सर इसके अलावा भी कुछ पढ़ना है क्या, ठीक है। तो 95% ऑफ प्रीलिम्स डाटा अगर आप सिर्फ क्लास पे रिलाई करेंगे, हैंडआउट्स और इस पे, अब जैसे इसमें ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन दे रखी है, ठीक है, जैसे मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं, तो स्पेक्ट्रम क्या कर लेगा मेरा, स्पेक्ट्रम इससे ऊपर क्या क्या कर देगा, एक इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से दे रखी है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हु आर द लीडर्स ऑफ अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी फेस, ठीक है, तो हमने निमोनिक दे रखा आपको, हमने कहा भाई जेपी गोयंका, इमेजिन दैट यू हैव अ फ्रेंड लाइक जीडी गोयंका इज अ स्कूल, इट इज नेम्ड आफ्टर अ पर्सन, देयर कैन बी अ पर्सन जेपी गोयंका, ठीक है। तो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इमेजिन यू हैव अ फ्रेंड जेपी गोयंका, राइट, ही वाज फॉलोवर ऑफ आसाराम बापू, राइट, एंड आफ्टर दैट फॉर एग्जाम्पल सो न्यूमोनिक इज जेपी गोयंका, आसाराम से बचो, आसाराम से बचो, आसाराम कौन सी अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी कर देगा तुम्हारे साथ पता नहीं, ठीक है। तो अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी, एक गुफा मिली थी ना, एक कुछ गुफा मिली थी, तो इस वजह से, ठीक है, ऐसा फन तरीके से। तो जेपी गोयंका भाई दोज हु आर फॉलोअर्स ऑफ आसाराम बापू, मतलब मैं ऐसे मजाक के लिए कर रहा हूं, ऑब्वियसली ऑल एलिगेशंस अगेंस्ट हिम आर रॉन्ग अंटिल प्रूवन अदरवाइज, ठीक है। तो मैं कुछ नहीं, पता चले यहाँ पे ऐसे बट जेपी गोयंका आसाराम से बचो भाई, प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर, एज सिंपल एज दैट, ठीक। तो दीज आर द लीडर्स ऑफ अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी, राइट, जेपी जयप्रकाश नारायण, ठीक, गोयंका आरपी गोयंका, ए अच्युत पटवर्धन, सुचेता कृपलानी, अरुणा सफली, ठीक है। से तो ऐसे ही ऐड कर दिया हमने, कुछ बनाना सेंटेंस, बचो बी से बीजू पटनायक, ठीक है। CHO से यहाँ पे स्पेलिंग मैंने गलत रखी है, वो बिकॉज वो टाइपो था उस बुक में, छोटू भाई पुरानी, ठीक है। सो ऐसा, ठीक है, सो ठीक है, तो ये दीज आर दी लीडर्स विच आर देयर, जेपी गोयंका आसाराम से बचो, ठीक, हो गए लीडर। इससे अच्छा और कम तरीका हो सकता है याद करने का, हमें तो याद करना है ना, सीधी सी बात है भाई, ठीक है। और जैसे ही आप ये मेंस में लिख दोगे या प्रीलिम्स में आपको नहीं हेल्प करेगा ये, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग लीडर्स दे लेड द अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी, बताओ, उसमें लिख दिया आपने आरपी गोयंका, बाकी बच्चे कह रहे हैं पता नहीं यार क्या है, आपके दिमाग में क्या आ रहा है, आसाराम, जेपी गोयंका आसाराम से बचो, क्या आरपी गोयंका, टिक, ठीक है। प्रीलिम्स में हेल्प होती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। फिर अभी जैसे हम कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये सारी चीजें मैंने आपको लिखवा दी, जो भी कॉन्सेप्चुअल चीजें हैं वो मैं कभी भी मिस नहीं करता हूं, ठीक है, क्लास में, ठीक है। फिर छोटी छोटी चीजें, जैसे अभी मैंने आपको लिखवाया, आपको लाइव एग्जांपल देता हूं कि क्या है हैंडआउट्स का चक्कर, क्या है हैंडआउट्स का चक्कर, ये है कि फॉर एग्जांपल अभी मैंने आपको लिखा MG स्टार्टेड फास्ट एंड टू डेथ, आप स्पेक्ट्रम पढ़ते हो कि सर उसमें तो लिखा है महात्मा गांधी वाज वेयर व्हेन ही स्टार्टेड द फास्ट, हियर आगा खान पैलेस, ठीक है ना। तो जैसे आगा खान पैलेस जो वर्ड है, और कहां है वो, पुणे में, राइट। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हम जो पढ़ाते हैं क्लास में इट इज डिवॉइड ऑफ प्रीलिम, बट फॉर मी द प्रीलिम्स इज पार्ट ऑफ मेंस, फॉर मी प्रीलिम्स इज पार्ट ऑफ मेंस, राइट। तो जैसे अपने नोट्स में अगर आप दिखाइए तो ठीक है, आपको लगता है यू शुड ऐड दिस आगा खान पैलेस, तो लेफ्ट राइट में कहीं पे यू कैन ऐड, ठीक है। तो इस प्रकार से सिमिलरली फॉर एग्जाम्पल पैरेलल गवर्नमेंट्स, तो अभी जो मैं आपको डिक्टेट करूंगा और जो यहां पे यू कैन कंपेयर कि अच्छा जो डिक्टेशन होता है और ये था क्या फर्क है, एंड ऑन दैट बेसिस यू डिसाइड कि क्या करना है। जैसे बलिया, ठीक है, अब यहां पर मैंने मेंशन किया फर्स्ट एग्जाम, यहां पे आपको नहीं मेंशन किया, तो ये प्रीलिम्स वाला फैक्ट हो गया भाई, फर्स्ट वेयर, ठीक है, छोटी सी बात है, बट वो यहां पे, बट मैंने कहा एग्जाम्पल इन बलिया, कहां पे, इन ईस्टर्न यूपी, अंडर चिट्टू पांडे, यहां पे मैंने डेट भी लिख दी, अगस्त 1942। तो ये डेल्टा डेल्टा छोटा छोटा इस टाइप का, जिन चीजों को यू थिंक दैट दिस इज रिलेटेड टू प्रीलिम्स, जिससे स्पेक्ट्रम आपको डराती है, बिकॉज मेरा फोकस, मुझे ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता दैट फर्स्ट वॉज इन बलिया, मुझे ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता दैट फर्स्ट इट वॉज इन अगस्त 1942, मुझे फर्क इस चीज से पड़ता है कि इन्होंने किया क्या, ठीक है। और किया क्या, चिट्टू पांडे भग गए, चिट्टू पांडे ने गवर्नमेंट बनाई, पैरेलल गवर्नमेंट, एंड आफ्टर दैट ही रिलीज द INC लीडर्स हु वर जेल्ड, राइट, छोटे छोटे लीडर्स ही थे, आप जैसे नेता जैसे बन गए, आपने बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रखी है, आपने कांग्रेस ज्वाइन कर रखी है, इंटरनेट पे जाके ज्वाइन कर लेते हो, है ना, ट्विटर पे जाके फॉलो कर लेते हो, ठीक है, ट्वीट कर दे तो कहते हो मैं बीजेपी युवा नेता, ठीक है, मैं कांग्रेस युवा नेता, ठीक है, ऐसा कर देते हो, ठीक है। तो ये छोटे लीडर्स है, स्मॉल लीडर। बलिया में कौन सा, गांधी जी थोड़ी हो, बलिया में गांधी जी तो आगा खान पैलेस, ठीक है, बलिया छोटी जगह, स्मॉल प्लेस, ठीक है, दे आर रिलीज्ड, राइट, एंड ऐसा, एंड ही सेट अप अ पैरेलल गवर्नमेंट डिक्लेयर्ड दैट आई एम दी, एज सून एज द ब्रिटिशर्स केम, चिट्टू पांडे रैंड अवे, तो जैसा नाम वैसा काम, चिट्टू ठीक है, ऐसा, ठीक है. सेकंड वाज फॉर एग्जांपल जातीय सरकार. जातीय सरकार, इट वाज इन मिदनापुर इन ईस्ट बंगाल. राइट, टाइम पीरियड इज ऑल्सो गिवन. न्यूमोनिक है बिकॉज अदरवाइज हाउ टू रिमेंबर. ठीक है, तो इमेजिन दैट देयर इज अ गवर्नमेंट कंपनी कॉल्ड जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी लिमिटेड. जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी लिमिटेड. विद्युत मानी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, इमेजिन सम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, पीएसयू इज देयर. जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी लिमिटेड. राइट, अब any company which has turnover of more than 500 crores, it has to do corporate social responsibility activity. ठीक, ये फैक्ट है. ठीक है, करना पड़ता है. Many other times, instead of doing focused, proper spending, the especially government companies, they can say कि यार खर्चा करना है बस, you have to do some spending, so randomly spend money. तो ऐसा imagine करिए, there is a case that जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी लिमिटेड did arbitrary CSR. Arbitrary मतलब random. ठीक, सो ये न्यूमोनिक बन गया. जैसे आप अपना कुछ, यू कैन मेक योर ओन. आपको न्यूमोनिक पे नहीं रिलाई करना, यू डोंट रिलाई ऑन न्यूमोनिक. बट मुझे तो ऐसे ही याद रहता है. मुझे कौन याद करे, कंफ्यूज हो जाऊंगा कि चिट्टू ने किया था या जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी ने किया था, जातीय सरकार ने किया था. हु डिड व्हाट, आई डू नॉट रिमेंबर. राइट, दैट इज अ प्रॉब्लम. सो जातीय विद्युत वाहिनी, तो जातीय वाई बिकॉज नेम ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट इज जातीय सरकार. सेकेंड कॉम्पोनेंट विद्युत वाहिनी. सो विद्युत वाहिनी वॉज देयर लाइक मुक्ति वाहिनी ऑफ बांग्लादेश. Right, it was for armed struggle against the Pakistani army. So Vidyut Vahini, it is like a organization of police. It sets up its own police, Vidyut Vahini. Right, limited तो ऐसे, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो PSU बनाना था तो इसलिए limited added. Next, arbitration courts. Arbitration courts माने स्वदेशी courts, माने own courts. So these government they set up because judiciary, executive, legislature. Right, legislature तो बाद में आएगा, but at least judiciary and executive, these people they should set up. Right, so they are setting up their own courts. That is nothing but called arbitration courts. Then CSR, C for cyclone relief. Right, because Bengal is there, so cyclone etc. This problem is there in that region, Odisha, Bengal. So they did, cyclone was there, and therefore they did cyclone relief. They provided relief, food, shelter, these kind of things. Those people who are uprooted. Schools. S for schools, that is they opened schools, they opened libraries. Right, R, they gave rice to the poor because in 1943 there was a Bengal famine which was going on. 1943 Bengal famine, so therefore poor people, they needed food, so therefore they are arranging food to the poor, that is rice to the poor. So this is the activity they are doing. Third was where, and this was the most successful one, Patri Sarkar. It was in Satara, Maharashtra. Right, so mid 1943 to 45, it was the longest kind of, right? So it was most successful. इसका न्यूमोनिक क्या है? So imagine there is a person called नाना अच्युत चवन. भाई जब नाना फडणवीस हो सकते हैं, नाना ठीक कुछ हो सकते हैं, तो हमने नाम बना दिया नाना अच्युत चवन. चवन जैसे वाई भी चवन है, ऐसे नाना अच्युत चवन. ठीक है, दिस इज द नेम. सो नाना अच्युत चवन went to a Gandhi marriage. ठीक है, with book on Patri justice. So imagine there is a book, उसके ऊपर लिखा हुआ Patri justice, right? And he is gifting this book. ठीक, went to Gandhi marriage with book on Patri justice. Why? As gifting alcohol was prohibited. It is Gandhi marriage. वहां ब्लू लेवल रेड लेवल के लेके नहीं जा सकते. You cannot take it. तो क्या बोरिंग चीजें लेके जाओगे, किताब लेके जाओ, Patri justice. ठीक है, वो कह रहे ग्रूम कह रहे कि हाँ आज यही पढ़ूंगा मैं. Patri justice. ठीक है, पहले ये किताब पढ़ूंगा मैं. ठीक है, क्या यार कुछ ठीक सी चीज लेके आते तुम, क्या बुक ले आए, चलो बुक पढ़ूंगा फिर मैं. दिस काइंड ऑफ सिनेरियो. सो नाना अच्युत चवन वेंट टू अ गांधी मैरिज विद बुक ऑन पात्री जस्टिस. है ना, ऐसा आप फोटो भी खिंचवा लिया आपने. ठीक, एज गिफ्टिंग एल्कोहल वाज प्रोहिबिटेड. राइट, सो व्हाट इज दिस? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल योर नाना पाटिल, ही वाज द हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. राइट, सेकंड अच्युत पटवर्धन, चवन वाई चवन. सो इनिशियली वाई चवन provided leadership, guidance that this is how you should overthrow the government, this is how you should start the government. Once he was arrested, after that Achyut Patwardhan took the leadership. Right, and it was here that Achyut Patwardhan was given the title of Lion of Satara also. Right, so he's like, they are not the heading of the government, they are not heading the government, but they are giving guidance to Nana Patil what to do, when to do, how to organize things in Satara. Okay, because running a government is very tough, so they are like giving guidance. Right, went to a Gandhi marriage. So this government, it organized Gandhi marriages. What do you mean by Gandhi marriages? So Mahatma Gandhi stands for anti-untouchability, So therefore, in these marriages, the people from the lower castes, they would be invited and they would be given extra respectful treatment, right? So it is kind of like a penance, or it is kind of like a pachyatab, this kind of scenario, right? So Gandhi marriages were organized where people from lower caste, they were invited and specially respected. ठीक, शादी हो रही है, बस वहां पे जो गेस्ट्स हैं, right? So people from the earlier तो ऐसा होगा ना, untouchability is there. So in the marriages of the middle caste or the upper caste, the lower caste, they will not be invited. But now, so this is like a constructive work kind of a scenario, right? So Gandhi marriage माने कि कोई भी शादी हो रही है, there you invite the people from the lower caste and you properly respect them, do not practice any untouchability, right? And उस तरीके से intermingling in the community, right? Book on pastoralist. Book represents libraries. So therefore these people, they set up libraries. That is, they try to promote education. Then Patri justice, right? So the word justice, it basically represents own courts. Own courts. And what was the, why this particular thing, it was called Patri Sarkar? It was called Patri Sarkar because the word Patri, it came from the punishment which was given to informers of the Britishers. So very harsh punishment was given, violent punishment, या जो भी समझ लो आप, it was given to those who acted as informers or who were pro-British. So that's why the name Patri is there. Justice, it represents, they set up their own courts. As gifting, alcohol was prohibited. So gifting तो ऐसे ही है, alcohol was prohibited. That means Mahatma Gandhi anti-liquor campaign is an element. So therefore sale of liquor was prohibited in the area where this government operated. Right. So basically this is the work which is being done. Right. So ये सब चीजें यहाँ पे लिखी हुई हैं. Right. तो ऐसा है. So right now, example Balia in Eastern UP by Chittu Pandey. Example Balia in Eastern UP by Chittu Pandey. CHITTU Chittu Pandey. Plus in Midnapur in East Bengal, in Midnapur, East Bengal, in Midnapur, East Bengal, called Jatiya Sarkar, JATIA, Jatiya Sarkar, plus in Satara, dash Patri Sarkar, under Nana Patil, who was given guidance by Y.B. Chavan, who was given guidance by Y.B. Chavan, CHAVAN, and Achyut Patwardhan. Y.B. Chavan and Achyut Patwardhan. In brackets, most successful parallel government. In brackets, most successful parallel government. Most successful parallel governments. ठीक. अब नोटिस करिए कि व्हाट इज मेंस एंड व्हाट इज प्रीलिम्स. ठीक, क्या है प्रीलिम्स में? फॉर एग्जांपल दिस स्मॉल डिटेल्स. मेंस क्या है? एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स. न्यूमोनिक्स आर हेयर, राइट? स्मॉल थिंग्स, फाइन. बट इन अ वे, if I have to extract the concept, what is the concept? That overall these parallel governments, they are establishing their own schools, they are establishing their own libraries, they are engaging in relief work, they are working against untouchability, they are working against liquor. This is what they are doing. They are setting up arbitration courts, मतलब own courts हो गया. This is the work that they are doing. Overall तो यही कर रहे हैं. That is their focus, right? So यही है लिखिए. These parallel governments collected own taxes. These parallel governments collected own taxes because any government requires money to function. Collected own taxes, comma, set up own courts. Collected own taxes, comma, set up own courts, comma, set up libraries, and promoted education. Set up libraries and promoted education, comma, worked against untouchability, and for prohibition, worked against untouchability and for prohibition. Prohibition means anti-liquor and for prohibition. Comma, set up own police, set up own police, set up own police and did relief work. Set up own police and did relief work. Set up own police and did relief work by giving food and shelter. Relief work by giving food and shelter. By giving food and shelter. Right? So इसमें हमने specifics हटा दिए, concepts को extract कर लिया. Right? This is how you can summarize information कि कम डिटेल, ज्यादा डिटेल से कम डिटेल पे कैसे आना है. ठीक है, तो ऐसा. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, इंडिपेंडेंट पैराग्राफ पॉइंट. विद एंड ऑफ WW2, with end of WW2, with end of WW2, all INC leaders, all INC leaders released, all INC leaders released in June 1945. All INC leaders released in June 1945 to participate in Simla conference, to participate in Simla conference, to participate in Simla conference. And this marked end of QIM, and this marked end of QIM. In brackets 1942-45. This marked end of QIM 1942-45. Full stop. Also Churchill, CHUR, CHILL. Also Churchill. Churchill was the Prime Minister of UK in the Second World War. Also Churchill wanted solution to India. Also Churchill wanted solution to India before elections in Britain. Before elections in Britain. In brackets डाला के for more votes. For more votes. Brackets close. For more votes, brackets close. Because India is the #1 colony of the Britishers. So a government which is able to settle the problems which are there in India, a government which is able to come to a political solution in India without ending the British Empire, that government will be getting more votes from the nationalistic British voters. Right? So whether you are able to solve the India problem or you have mishandled India. Right? So he wanted ki dekho, we have made progress, the leaders are now out, the Quit India movement is done, and therefore we are handling India better. Right? Please give me votes. Right? So because India will be one of the election agenda in Britain, because India is the #1 colony, important for the British economy and otherwise also. Some questions are there. Sir, why there was a turmoil in Britain when MG was fastened to death? Himanshu Sharma, please use simple English, otherwise you will commit such errors. Fastened to death. Fastened to death का मीनिंग होता है किसी को आपने रस्सी से बांध दिया और फिर आपने उसको मार दिया. आपका सेंटेंस पढ़ के ऐसा लग रहा है कि महात्मा गांधी को किसी ने गला घोट के मार दिया. राइट? व्हेन यू गो इन एयरप्लेन, सो हिंदी में आता है सीट की पेटी बांध लें. ठीक है, फास्टन योर सीट बेल्ट्स. राइट? तो ऐसे सिंपल आप बोलिए कि महात्मा गांधी वेंट ऑन फास्टन टू डेथ. ऐसा फास्टन टू डेथ, ऐसे नहीं किसी के सामने भी ईडी लगा दिया तो वो हो जाएगा. ठीक है, फास्टनड, एन भी लगा दिया. ठीक है, इंग्लिश बड़ी खतरनाक लैंग्वेज है, ध्यान से. ठीक है. So why there was a turmoil in Britain when MG went on fast and to death? There was no turmoil in Britain. The simple point is, if Mahatma Gandhi, the top leader in India, if he is starting a fast and to death, so therefore every media house would like to know that why he has went on fast. And when reports will come that he is against the he is against the British repression. The Britishers, they have acted in an inhumane manner in India while suppressing the Quit India movement. Right? So therefore the reporters, they will write down about this news story. And therefore people in Britain, they will come to know that how the British government, and people outside Britain also, they will come to know that how the British government has acted in an inhuman manner. कहने को तो you are saying we are democracies who are fighting against the Axis powers, and look the way you are behaving in the colonies in an undemocratic and inhumane manner. Right? So therefore this will bring bad press for the British government and its actions in India. ठीक है. सो बैड प्रेस फॉर द ब्रिटिशर्स, इट इज गुड फॉर अस, राइट. तो इसलिए हमने एज अ पॉइंट मारा. सर व्हाट अबाउट बिपिन चंद्रा? सी इफ यू रीड बिपिन चंद्रा, सो सिंपली यू शुड नो दैट यू आर रीडिंग ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी. इफ यू आर रीडिंग मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री, वो कुछ नहीं है, इट इज नथिंग बट ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी, राइट. सो इफ यू रियली वांट टू रीड बिपिन चंद्रा, रीड द स्ट्रगल फॉर इंडिपेंडेंस, वो जो मोटे वाली, ठीक है. शॉर्टकट टू सक्सेस नहीं होता है, ठीक. उसी से पढ़ के फायदा होगा. बहुत सारे प्रीलिम्स के क्वेश्चंस आप सिंपली ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी से सॉल्व नहीं कर पाएंगे. हमने जो क्लासेस दी हैं आपको, वो मोटे वाली बिपिन चंद्रा प्लस आपका शेखर बंदोपाध्याय, उन दोनों को जोड़ के उनका जो समरी एक तरीके से निकला है, उनके फैक्ट्स वगैरह भी ऐड वैड करके इस प्रकार से आपको पढ़ाया है, ठीक है. सो आफ्टर दी क्लासेस, यू इफ यू वांट टू गो ऑन एंड स्टडी लेट्स से बिपिन चंद्रा, स्ट्रगल फॉर इंडिपेंडेंस और शेखर बंदोपाध्याय, यू विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड बोथ ऑफ दोज बुक्स, राइट. ऐसा आपको एक दिखेगा, एक यू विल बी एबल टू कनेक्ट, राइट. तो ऐसा है, बाकी कोई पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं बिकॉज क्लासेस में ऑलरेडी कवर है, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट राइट डाउन हेडिंग बंगाल फेमीन 1943. बंगाल फेमीन 1943. बंगाल फेमीन 1943. ऐसा कभी कभी थोड़ा सा प्राउड फील होता है. कैसे? अभी लास्ट ईयर बिफोर द लास्ट मेंस, ठीक है ना, ऐसे बैचेस चल ही रहे हैं, जैसे अभी पढ़ा रहा हूँ कुछ कुछ वैसे ही पढ़ा रहा था. तो वेन एवर दिस टॉपिक यूज टू कम, ठीक है, सो और बिफोर ऑल्सो आई यूज टू टेल द स्टूडेंट्स दैट सी इफ देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन ऑन फेमीन्स, देन कैनॉट बी एट अ वेरी गुड, और इफ देयर इज एनी क्वेश्चन ऑन लेट्स से द इंपैक्ट ऑफ द ब्रिटिश रूल ऑन इंडिया, दोनों ही बोलता था, ठीक है. ज्यादा यही वाला बोलता था, सेकंड वाला फेमीन्स के बारे में स्पेशली नहीं बोलता था, बट हाँ इतना बोलता था दैट इफ देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन ऑन इंपैक्ट ऑफ ब्रिटिश रूल ऑन इंडिया, सो व्हाट कैन बी अ वेरी गुड इंट्रोडक्शन that when the British rule began, immediately after 5 years in 1770, there was Great Bengal famine where 1 crore Indians died. And when the British rule ended, before that 4 years, there was this Bengal famine 1943 where 50 lakh Indians died. And if this is my introduction, it clearly summarizes that तुम्हारी शुरुआत भी, ठीक है, कैसी थी और तुम्हारा अंत भी कैसा था. What was your beginning and what was your end? And now if anyone tells me that so we benefited from the British rule, this kind of like tells the complete picture, right? This tells the complete picture, right? And whether we benefited from British rule or not, that we have covered in detail when we discussed the drain theory. That is, we developed despite the British, right? Or we had to pay huge amount of money, and in return we got only this much, right? ऐसा that we part we have discussed. And UPSC, for example, it asked a question. फिर हमने points भी लिखाए हैं बीच बीच में. देखो UP, मैं कहता हूँ ना, क्या मैं आपको बोलता हूँ, UPSC preparation is about, or coaching institutes usually they focus upon vertical preparation, right? And UPSC asks horizontal questions, ठीक है. लाइव एग्जाम्पल है, मैंने आपको ये जगह लिखवाया दैट इंपीरियल स्लैश दिल्ली दरबार वाज हेल्ड इन 1877 व्हेन देयर वर फेमीन्स इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया. मैंने आपको लिखवाया दैट लिटन्स अफगान एडवेंचर व्हेन देयर वर फेमीन्स इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया. मैंने आपको लिखवाया देन 1860s देयर वर फेमीन्स एंड द गवर्नमेंट वाज इंक्रीजिंग टैक्सेस. एक जगह लिखाया हुआ है, ठीक. ऐसा ग्रेट बंगाल फेमीन 1770 काफी डिटेल में लिखाया हुआ है व्हेन वी आर डिस्कसिंग द बैकग्राउंड ऑफ द योर फार्मिंग सिस्टम ऑफ 1772, ठीक. एंड यहाँ पे वी आर डिस्कसिंग द this particular thing of your Bengal famine. Now UPSC in the last means asked the question why there were so many famines, during the British rule, right? And what is it? So therefore you have enough content with respect to कब famine था, राइट. और उसी में आंसर भी छुपा हुआ है, दैट इज फेमीन. हमने आपको क्या लिखा है, फेमीन इज इक्वल टू अ नेगेटिव ज्योग्राफिकल इवेंट मल्टीप्लाइड बाय ह्यूमन एक्शन और ह्यूमन एलिमेंट. दैट मीन्स इफ द गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट डूइंग इनफ देन देयर विल बी फूड शॉर्टेज, राइट. सो आंसर आपके सामने है. गवर्नमेंट इज स्पेंडिंग मनी ऑन अफगान एडवेंचर व्हेन इट शुड हैव यूज्ड दैट मनी फॉर पीपल, राइट. तो देयरफॉर food shortage हो गई because government is not doing enough. Government should have utilized the money for welfare of the people. That means for giving food to the people, somehow arranging it from Europe or something. But the government is spending huge amount of money in coronation, in corona. जब कोरोना हो गया तो क्वीन विक्टोरिया को, ठीक. सो उस पर वो पैसा खर्च कर रहे हैं, ठीक है. दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज thinking that how I can increase taxes in 1860s when there are famines in different parts, right? एक पॉइंट आपको वो भी लिखवाया था that in 1770 when this Great Bengal famine was taking place, at that time the land revenue was doubled, right? ऐसा reasons for Bengal famine में भी छुपा हुआ है. Why there was, what was the human angle? That over extraction of land revenue killed the golden egg laying goose. And फिर जब हमने महलवारी पढ़ा या फिर जब भी हमने रियोतवाड़ी पढ़ा, we always mentioned that because of high land revenue, loss of land, So you see, government was focusing, government ने जनता की जेब में पैसे ही नहीं छोड़े. Government did not leave money in the pockets of the people because of over extraction of land revenue. Government was a selfish government. It was looking at its own interests. Plus in drain theory हमने पढ़ा that the government did not do anything for irrigation in the permanent settlement areas. If there will not be any irrigation in the permanent settlement areas, तो productivity नहीं होगी, productivity नहीं होगी तो food shortage होगा. और notice भी करिए, Bengal was permanent settlement areas and 1770 Great Bengal famine and Bengal famine 1943 दोनों कहाँ हो रहे हैं बंगाल में? So why there were so many famines? Because you look at the government policies. वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च कर रहे हैं? Wars पे अपने इंटरेस्ट के लिए, ओवर एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू कर रहे हैं, प्रोडक्टिविटी के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली इन परमानेंट सेटलमेंट एरियाज. प्रूफ है बंगाल फेमीन्स, राइट? फालतू का वॉर एक्सपेंडिचर हो रहा है, ठीक है. सो देयरफॉर बिकॉज ऑफ दीज पर्टिकुलर एस्पेक्ट्स वी क्लियरली सी दैट गवर्नमेंट डिड नॉट डू इनफ. प्लस उन्होंने हमारी इंडस्ट्री को भी इंडस्ट्रियलाइज नहीं किया. इफ दे हैड इंडस्ट्रियलाइज आवर इकोनॉमी, प्रॉब्ली दे कुड हैव बीन यूज ऑफ मोर मशीन्स फॉर द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ऑल्सो. ऐसा भी हो सकता था दैट अर्लियर योर फादर वॉज अ फार्मर बट बिकॉज ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन नाउ यू आर वर्किंग इन अ फैक्ट्री. सो फाइन, योर हाउस होल्ड इनकम इज कमिंग फ्रॉम देयर, लेस रिलायंस ऑन एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर. फिर हमने एक और जगह लिखा था व्हेन वी डिस्कस ड्रेन थ्योरी दैट बिकॉज इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन वाज नॉट डन, सो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर वाज ओवरबर्डन. सो इफ द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर इज ओवरबर्डन, फेमीन तो हो गई, मतलब फूड शॉर्टेज तो हो गई. इट हैज टू, द सेम पीस ऑफ लैंड हैज टू सपोर्ट मोर लाइवलीहुड्स. दिस काइंड ऑफ सिनेरियो. तो बहुत सारी चीजें इधर उधर बिखरी हुई हैं, ठीक है. इसीलिए जब ब्रैकेट में स्टार लगा के या फिर इस तरीके से जब भी वर्ड फेमीन आए कि यार कौन सा स्टूडेंट मुझे भी बीट करेगा, बिकॉज मेरे पास समय कम है, समय कम, वैसे 36 क्लास ले लिए, बट अदरवाइज क्या है, ट्रेन, आई हैव ट्राई टू ट्रेन यू. सो वेन एवर द वर्ड फेमीन कम्स इन योर डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ योर रजिस्टर, राइट, इफ अ स्टूडेंट ओन हिज ओन बिफोर द क्वेश्चन केम इन द एग्जाम, इफ यूड हैव ट्राई टू थिंक दैट ओके फेमीन काफी बार हो रहे हैं, तो व्हाट इज ओवरऑल हैपनिंग, मतलब फेमीन कब हुआ, ऐसा मैं खुद सोचता हूं. लेट मी ड्रॉ हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइन whenever the keyword comes फेमीन, I will jot it down, उसका summary in a A4 paper. Such a student who would have drawn this horizontal bridge, he would be able to answer the UPSC mains question. So therefore my work here is to empower you, to train you, not spoon feeding. I am doing 70% spoon feeding. Why? With the hope कि चलो in rest of the subjects you'll be able to do this horizontal bridge building. जैसे एग्जाम्पल इन पॉलिटी, व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट वेज इन विच डिफरेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज दे आर रिमूव्ड. आप वर्टिकली पढ़ते हो, प्रेसिडेंट ऐसे हटता है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज ऐसे हटता है, हाई कोर्ट का जज ऐसे हटाया जाता है, चीफ इन्फॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर ऐसे हटाया जाता है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर ऐसे हटाया जाता है. हॉरिजॉन्टल ब्रिज कभी देखो, सो देखो आंखों में ऐसे सामने रख के कि अच्छा स्पीकर ऐसे हटाया जाता है, ऐसा देखो, कंपेयर करो. प्रीलिम्स में डेफिनेटली मतलब आप पता नहीं, मैं भी सरप्राइज हूं, मैंने कभी भी प्रीलिम्स का कोई टेस्ट नहीं दिया. कभी भी मैंने प्रीलिम्स का कोई टेस्ट नहीं दिया. एक टेस्ट दिया था बस, उसमें कम मार्क्स आए थे, मैंने बाढ़ में जाए, कभी नहीं दिया मैंने. अच्छा है, देना चाहिए ऑब्वियसली, बट मुझे ऐसा था यार, मैं इफ आई डू दिस एक्टिविटी आई थिंक आई विल बेनिफिट मोर इन द प्रीलिम्स, है ना. तो आई यूज्ड टू स्टडी, मैं वो टाइम जो है जो मैं एग्जाम में दूंगा, आई यूज्ड टू गिव इट इन रिविजन, because I knew that CSAT में, in the CSAT there is problem of time. So if I have to do practice, I'll do practice of CSAT. But I observed that in the general studies वाला prelims वाला part, time is not an issue, right? And in that part, plus minus multiplication questions are not coming. That if those questions, if I try more and more, then I'll be mastering a subject. In fact मुझे तो ऐसा लगता था यार मैं haphazard पढ़ रहा हूँ, मतलब इन दिस पर्टिकुलर टेस्ट फिफ्थ शेड्यूल के बारे में कुछ पूछ लिया, इन नेक्स्ट टेक्स्ट फिफ्थ शेड्यूल के किसी दूसरे पार्ट के बारे में कुछ पूछ लिया, ठीक है. फिर 4 टेस्ट बाद फिफ्थ शेड्यूल के कुछ 5वें टेस्ट. इससे अच्छा ही नहीं कि मैं फिफ्थ शेड्यूल पढ़ लूं. मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि बेटर वुड बी कि मैं पूरा पढ़ लूं. एक प्रीलिम्स क्वेश्चन विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट वन ऑफ द सब पॉइंट ऑफ अ टॉपिक. यूपीएससी कैन आस्क अनदर सब पॉइंट ऑफ दैट टॉपिक इन द नेक्स्ट एग्जाम. सो देयरफॉर मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि बेटर है आई फोकस ऑन रिविजन विद फोकस ऑन की प्रीलिम्स क्वेश्चन, विद फोकस ऑन प्रीलिम्स क्वेश्चन आई स्टडी, राइट, इस तरीके से, राइट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल ऐसे अगर मैं वो पढ़ रहा होता तो मैं लगता अच्छा फर्स्ट टुक प्लेस इन बलिया, ऐसा मैं माइंड में रजिस्टर करता. जैसे चंपारण खेड़ा अहमदाबाद हुआ तो मैं देखता फर्स्ट द बुक इज टेलिंग मी मल्टीपल टाइम्स फर्स्ट, तो विद इन दिस व्हाट वाज फर्स्ट, सो मैं बनाता मैं अच्छा CAK, ठीक है. और ये बनाया और बाई चांस एग्जाम में आया. ये तो मतलब लाइव प्रूफ था, नॉट इन नेक्स्ट एग्जाम बट नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट एग्जाम. वहां पे आया, उन्होंने पूछा व्हाट वाज द ऑर्डर ऑफ दिस, CK, KAC। मैंने कहा यार ये तो CA। फ्रॉम दैट आई केम टू नो कि जो मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं वो ठीक दिशा में कोशिश कर रहा हूं। यूपीएससी थिंक्स लाइक दिस ओनली, ठीक है। तो फिर मैं मेरे आई हैड नॉट ज्वाइन कोचिंग ना फॉर जीएस, तो बट ऐसा, ठीक है। तो जो भी क्लास में आपको होता है ना वाई पे फोकस करो, वाई पे, वो यूपीएससी का थीम वही है। एनीवेज, बंगाल फेमीन 1943, सो यूपीएससी क्वेश्चन उस तरीके से पूछा है, बस वही बताना था आपको। फर्स्ट पॉइंट 4 to 5 million, 4-5 million, 4-5 million Indians were killed. 4-5 million Indians were killed. 4-5 million Indians were killed. Next, there was no actual food shortage. There was no actual food shortage. Therefore, it was man-made famine. Therefore, it was man-made famine. As food supplies were diverted, as food supplies were diverted for British war effort, food supplies were diverted for British war effort and to Europe, for British war effort and to Europe, and to Europe, plus poor management of logistics and supplies, poor management of logistics and supplies by government, poor management of logistics and supplies by government, plus rice could not be imported from Burma since it was under Japan. Rice could not be imported from Burma since it was under Japan. Since it was under Japan. Since it was under Japan. Next point, Linlith Gau 3643. Linlith Gau 3643. Suggested to Churchill to stop export of rice, from Bengal, to stop export of rice from Bengal. But Churchill refused. Next point, impact is equal to led to huge distrust of British among Indians. Led to huge distrust of British among Indians. And Churchill was criticized. As Hitler-like. Churchill was criticized as Hitler-like in Britain. And many in Britain now positively thought about independence to India. Many in Britain positively thought about independence to India. Bracket में स्टार लगा के link anti-government opinion in US at the rate Vietnam War 1961-75 at the rate Vietnam War 1961-75. 1961-75, bracket is closed. Right, so when you study world history, world history or at times post-independence India also, this zikr comes. In the Vietnam War, the US Army was doing huge amount of atrocities on the people of Vietnam. And when this news, it reached the US, so initially things were fine, okay, but gradually over a period of time, public opinion started shifting against the government, sending the troops to Vietnam. Right, that what kind of a country we are, what kind of a democracy we are. So therefore public opinion, because idealism etc, it can be there in the public, so therefore public opinion can shift against the government if the government is acting in a very negative manner in outside your country. For example, चाहे वो वियतनाम हो यहाँ पे और चाहे यहाँ पे हो, तो ऐसा पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ऐसा फ्यूचर में भी होगा. तो इस प्रकार से बस वो एक लिंकेज है. फुल स्टॉप. दिस बिकॉज यूरोपियन लाइव्स आर प्रायोरिटाइज्ड. This because European lives were prioritized above Indian lives. In brackets, stala के Twitter trend # Indian lives matter. Brackets close. The purpose here that students should develop empathy, right? मतलब उस टाइम पे अगर ट्विटर होता है, if Twitter had been there at that time, right? So for example यहाँ पे तो for example one black man was kneed down, मतलब उसका knee के through उसको choke कर दिया गया था, and after that image became viral, he died of suffocation, and then Black Lives Matter, it started trending, right? And it trended for a long period of time, right? So therefore here though this kind of 50 lakh Indians are dying, so and food is being sent to Europe. Why? So that people who are displaced by actions of Hitler, people like Jews, others, right, whichever territories have come under Hitler, right, तो बहुत सारे refugees हैं within Europe अभी, so ताकि उनको खाना मिल सके, plus because army को खाना मिल सके, so that army and the displaced people of Europe, they are able to get food. आप इंडिया में 50 लाख लोगों को मार दो, so what about Indian lives? Indian lives don't matter, only European lives matter. राइट, सो देयरफॉर उस टाइम पे अगर ट्विटर होता तो ये ट्रेंड करता इंडियन लाइव्स मैटर, राइट. तो ऐसा, एंड दिस इज द फीलिंग इन द हार्ट्स ऑफ द इंडियंस, दैट्स व्हाई द डिस्ट्रस्ट इज देयर टुवर्ड्स द ब्रिटिशर्स, दैट आवर लाइफ, दैट त्वाडा कुट्टा टॉमी सादा कुट्टा कुट्टा, राइट, दैट इज द थिंग व्हिच इज देयर, दैट योर लाइफ इज लाइफ, आवर लाइफ इज वर्थलेस, राइट. सो दैट्स व्हाई. नेक्स्ट, राइट डाउन राजाजी फॉर्मूला 1944. नेक्स्ट इवेंट राजाजी फॉर्मूला 1944. Rajaji formula 1944, given by C. Rajagopalachari, and basis for negotiation between MG and Jinnah, and basis for negotiation between MG and Jinnah. Next point, goal is equal to in brackets ताला आगे लिखिए. By 1944, clear that Axis will lose war. Therefore hope for transfer of power. Post-war. Brackets close. माने कि if you notice, for example, August offer में they had said dominion status after war. In the Crisp mission they had said dominion status plus foreign policy after war, 1942, right? So war is about to get over. It was in the first phase, Axis powers, they were stronger. In the second phase, the Allied powers, they were victorious. So therefore Indian leaders, they know that war will get over, and after that the Britishers, they are going to do something. They will give us dominion status, at least they will give us dominion status and foreign policy. But what was the problem with respect to Cripps mission? Why did the Cripps mission fail? One of the reason for failure was INC and Muslim League. They were not together. And Muslim League was adamant, two constituent assemblies, Pakistan. In August offer also, we reject August offer. Why? Two constituent assemblies, Pakistan. Right? That means the view now is that Britishers are ready to do transfer of power, just that they will put this condition that INC and Muslim League, they are not united. Or Indians, they are divided. So हम तो ताकत आपको देना चाह रहे हैं, we are ready to give you dominion status, but you guys are not agreeing that whether they should be Pakistan and India or they should be one India, what is it? So the goal of Rajaji formula was to build INC Muslim League unity. INC Muslim League unity, basically दुल्हन को मनाना था, दुल्हन is Muslim League, right? कि तू मान जा, है ना? What do you want? ठीक है? तो the maximum things that you can give to dulhan were offered to dulhan, but dulhan was like, मैं तुमसे शादी नहीं करूंगी. That is the problem, right? So anyways, write down goal is equal to, next point, goal is equal to ensure territorial integrity of India, ensure territorial integrity of India by having unity between INC and ML, by having unity between INC and ML, unity between INC and ML, right? So ऐसा पहले कब किया गया था? ब्रैकेट में स्टार लगा लिखिए, लिंक LP 1916 ब्रैकेट्स क्लोज, लिंक लखनऊ पैक्ट 1916. तो वहां पे भी ऐसा था that your Britishers, they would be bringing something probably, so therefore we should be united so that we are able to extract maximum, right? So something like this was also done earlier. Next write down proposals is equal to और बहुत बड़ी गलती है, इट इज अ बिग मिस्टेक, राइट? मैंने क्यों कहा दुल्हन ब्राइड? Because it is appeasement, right? Why did partition took place? Partition took place because INC thought that by agreeing to more and more demands of the Muslim League, we will be able to convince Muslim League for keeping India united. But ultimately what happened? Muslim League could beat its chest and tell the Muslims that, see, I am a tiger. मैंने INC को झुका दिया, right? This kind of scenario, right? So here what is happening? Here basically they say two nation, one state. Rajaji formula is two nation, one state. Nation is people, state is the organization. Two nation, one state. This is being proposed. ठीक है? Two nation माने हिंदू, वो सर सैयद अहमद खान वाला formula, that Hindu qawm is different from Muslim qawm, but they should be united. Right? So what do? Have a weak common center. Have a weak common center and give all the powers to the provinces. The Muslim chief ministers and the Muslim lawmakers of the Muslim majority provinces, they can do whatever they want to do, and others they can do whatever they want to do, right? So आपने एक तरीके से you have said कि अच्छा देखो, एक तरीके से partition हो गया है. It is partition without independence. It is partition without independence because you are giving the center very less powers. So all the powers they are going to go with the chief ministers, right? So therefore you are able to have as much amount of autonomy as possible, but don't break India, right? And to decide this, you know what they said? Let us hold a plebiscite. The moment any government says on the issue of any separatism that let there be voting, that is half defeat already. Half kya? 90% of the battle is lost. Because now the things are such that the government or the political party, it is ready to ask the people, right? It does not have faith in the people. It is unsure that whether people they want to be together, and they are ready to have a plebiscite that whether you, so this will definitely hurt the territorial integrity ka idea. So they say let us hold elections माने कि let us have a voting where in Muslim majority regions of the country, on the left hand side Sindh, NWFP, Balochistan, Punjab, on the right hand side partially Assam, mainly Bengal, right? So therefore let us hold a vote, and if people they vote in favor of partition, imagine आप जनता से क्या पूछने वाले हो, should there be partition? And if people vote in favor of partition, then we will have a weak common center, and all the powers will be there with the provinces. That means Muslim chief ministers, they can rule the way they want to have rule. They can have a society, whatever society they want to have. This kind of scenario. Right? So, ye tha proposal. And Gandhi Jinnah talks are taking place. Mahatma Gandhi was ready for this. Mahatma Gandhi was ready for this kind of scenario. Right? So, ye hai. Mohammad Ali Jinnah ne kya kara? Mohammad Ali Jinnah kya? Ek second. Two things are there. First of all, all of these things need to take place before the Britishers leave. Because I do not trust you guys. Among you, there are people like Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel who cannot be trusted. So all of this before the British leave. Right? Because once the British leave, after that Hindu majority government, I don't trust. Second, he said, in the voting, only separate electorate should be there. That is, only Muslim people should vote whether they want partition or not. Hindus, they should not have any say. Sikh, they should not have any say. Any other community should not have any say on this in this vote. So therefore, only Muslim. Why? Because chances of a positive result will be much higher. Right? So that is why. On this particular point, the talks broke down. But see, Muhammad Ali Jinnah ko ye pata chal gaya hai that these people are ready for at least partition without independence, and these people are ready to think about plebiscite also. Right? So uska confidence बढ़ रहा है. So anyways, write down. Proposal dash first of point. ML should support Purn Swaraj. ML should support Purn Swaraj. Next. INC-ML should form coalition government at center. INC-ML should form coalition government at center. In brackets ताला के, because British open to TOP. Because British open to TOP. Even in 1942 Cripps mission. British open to TOP even in 1942 Cripps mission. Brackets close. कहा था ना क्रिप्स मिशन में, if transfer of power before war, then defense will be there with the Britishers, rest of the things can be there with Indians. कहा था, तो Britishers are there open कि भाई तुम बना लो सरकार. So they are saying INC Muslim League should come together and should form a coalition government. Right? Next, plebiscite post-war. Plebiscite, Plebiscite. Plebiscite. Plebiscite post-war. In MMPs, plebiscite post-war, in Muslim majority regions, ऐसा लिख दो, in MM regions, Muslim majority regions, on question of partition, in Muslim majority regions, on question of partition. आप सबको अगर याद है तो मत लिखेगा, जिनको नहीं याद है वो ब्रैकेट में स्टार लगा के लिख लो. लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से स्टार्ट करें तो NWFP, सिंध, बलूचिस्तान, पंजाब. ठीक. एंड राइट हैंड साइड में अगर देखा जाए तो बंगाल एंड पार्शियली आसाम. राइट. तो कौन कौन से मुस्लिम मेजोरिटी रीजन्स हैं पता होना चाहिए भाई, ये वाले रीजन्स हैं. ठीक है. तो जिनको याद हो गया ठीक है, नहीं तो नहीं याद है तो लिख लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. ठीक है ना. लेफ्ट में क्या है, राइट में क्या है, क्लियर पता होना चाहिए. ठीक. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, इफ वोट इन फेवर ऑफ पार्टीशन, if vote in favor of partition, then a weak common center and strong provinces इससे हमें क्या पता चलता है इस सेंटेंस से? ये पता चलता है दैट पार्टीशन नॉट नेसेसरली मीन्स क्रिएशन ऑफ टू स्टेट्स. Partition may also mean simply partition of people, right? That is partition of nation but not of state. Partition of nation, not of state. मजा दिला दूंगा बिल्कुल अभी. लिख लिखो. प्रूफ के साथ बता रहा हूं आपको. प्रूफ के साथ. हम तो लिंक करके चलते हैं इसलिए कॉन्फिडेंस आता है. This is partition without independence. The thing which was suggested initially, 1948, separate, fully independent Israel was created. But before that, proposal was made by the Britishers, who were the colonial power in the undivided Palestine, that let us have a one-state solution, that is a weak central government, and we will have two provinces within this, Israel, Palestine, कुछ भी आप इसको बोल लो. एक में Jews will be there, and in rest of the half, Palestinians could be there, and they can run their life the way they want to run. So एक क्या हुआ, लोगों के दिलों को तो आपने लोगों को तो डिवाइड कर दिया. You have divided the people. You have divided. You have said, Israel is one nation, Palestine is another nation, but the state is one. That's why this basic definition that nation means summation of people who feel one, state is the organization, country is the land. This thing is so helpful. Such a simple statement, so helpful. Right? One state solution. Right? This kind of thing. In fact, cabinet mission plan 1946 वो क्या है? वो ये है. Cabinet mission plan 1946 proposed one state two nation solution to India also. उन्होंने भी कहा था weak common center and we will divide Muslim majority provinces will be made part of one group. In the west, Muslim majority provinces, basically उन्होंने कहा था grouping होगी. Muslim majority provinces एक ग्रुप बन जाएगा एंड नॉन मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी प्रोविंसेस दूसरा ग्रुप बन जाएगा. मतलब इस तरीके से. ठीक है, तो ये है, मतलब ऐसा लिंक करके पढ़ना चाहिए. ठीक है, सो बेसिकली ऑल ऑफ दिस एफर्ट सो द स्टूडेंट डज नॉट गेट कंफ्यूज. सर वोट इन फेवर ऑफ पार्टीशन, फिर कॉमन सेंटर, क्या कह रहे हो आप? ये कह रहे हैं. ठीक है ना. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, रिजल्ट इज इक्वल टू, हाँ जी, हाँ, बट इस टाइम पे internationalization will be with the center. Weak center माने foreign policy and defense, right? और even defense भी anxiety है अगर, so fine, Israel can have its own army, Palestine can have its own army, defense मत दो इनको. For example, Sheikh Abdullah, he wanted own army for Jammu and Kashmir despite becoming part of India. ठीक है ना. तो foreign policy but ये लोग रख ले, central government. ऐसा आप डिसाइड कर सकते हो. For 2.5 years Israeli prime minister will be there for 2.5 years. आप ऐसा कर सकते हो, कुछ भी कर सकते हो ऐसा, मतलब वो तो अरेंजमेंट हो जाएगा. ठीक है ना. ऐसा रिजल्ट इज इक्वल टू गांधी जिन्ना टॉक्स फेल्ड. गांधी जिन्ना टॉक्स फेल्ड. गांधी जिन्ना टॉक्स फेल्ड एज जिन्ना वांटेड. गांधी जिन्ना टॉक्स फेल्ड एज जिन्ना वांटेड. गांधी जिन्ना टॉक्स फेल्ड एज जिन्ना वांटेड. Dash. First a point, voting based on separate electorates. Voting based on separate electorates. Voting based on separate electorates. That is only Muslims vote. That is only Muslims vote on question of partition. That is only Muslims vote on question of partition. On question of partition. Second point, not a weak common center but independent Pakistan. not a weak common center but independent Pakistan. Not a weak common center but independent Pakistan. माने कि जिन्ना अब क्लैरिफाई कर रहा है that for me partition means two states and not a one state solution. I am not satisfied with this. I want two states. Next, implement above before British leave. 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 ठीक, you have a friend whose name is Desai, surname Desai, ठीक है, and you love having tea with biscuits called 50-50, and you have seen an ad of 50-50, 50-50 crackjack. ठीक, so you tell your friend Desai, Desai, लिया 50-50 crackjack. ठीक, Desai लिया 50-50 crackjack. ठीक, write down. Desai लियाकत पैक्ट. Desai लियाकत पैक्ट. Desai लियाकत पैक्ट 1945. Desai लियाकत पैक्ट 1945. इन ब्रैकेट स्टार आगे लिखिए. Desai लिया 50-50 क्रैक जैक. क्रैक का मतलब है वीसी, जैक का मतलब है सीएलए या फिर फेडरल असेंबली, कुछ भी सोच लो इसको. देसाई लिया 50-50 क्रैक जैक. देसाई लिया 50-50 क्रैक जैक. अरे दिस इज न्यूमोनिक. दोज हु आर लिया सिंपली मींस ब्रिंग. सो देसाई ब्रिंग 50-50 क्रैक जैक. ठीक है, क्या है क्रैक का माने वीसी, जैक का माने सीएलए. अभी सब समझ में आएगा. ठीक है, न्यूमोनिक काम कर जाएगा, डोंट वरी. ठीक, सो प्रपोजल बेसिकली क्या था? प्रपोजल बेसिकली ये था दैट ब्रिटिशर्स दे आर रेडी टू डू ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर. द ओनली प्रॉब्लम इज दैट आईएनसी एंड मुस्लिम लीग दे आर नॉट यूनाइटेड. सो ब्रिटिश आर सेइंग हम क्या करें, फर्स्ट यूथ थिंग, राइट. सो ये कह रहे हैं दैट लेट अस एंटर. सो बुल्लभा देसाई, ही वाज द लीडर ऑफ द आईएनसी इन द सीएलए, and Liaquat Ali, he was the leader of the Muslim League, right? So therefore they had entered into a pact whereby they said that we will give a proposal to the Britishers, we will propose to British that if this is your Viceroy's Executive Council, if this is your Viceroy Executive Council, right? So, एक second, Viceroy Executive Council, हाँ. So therefore they should be all Indians. They should be all Indians except गवर्नर जनरल माने कि वाइसरॉय एंड कमांडर इन चीफ. ठीक है जी, ऑल इंडियंस. व्हाट अबाउट द इंडियंस? रेस्ट ऑफ द मिनिस्टर्स, 50% मिनिस्टर्स दे शुड कम फ्रॉम आईएनसी एंड 50% मिनिस्टर्स दे शुड कम फ्रॉम मुस्लिम लीग. सो दिस इज हाउ वी विल डिवाइड द आईएनसी 50-50 between Muslim League. We will divide the Executive Council or the government, central government, 50-50 between INC and ML. Let us propose this to the British. Also, let us propose to the British that let us divide the Federal Assembly, or let us set up Federal Assembly like this, or let us divide CLA like this. मतलब एक नया बनाया जाए Federal Assembly, whereby 20% reservation to minorities. 20% रिजर्वेशन टू माइनॉरिटीज. यहां पे माइनॉरिटीज आ गए सिख एंड शेड्यूल कास्ट्स, एंड रेस्ट ऑफ द मेंबर्स 50% आईएनसी मेंबर्स एंड 50% सीट्स टू द मुस्लिम लीग, राइट. सो देयरफॉर लेट अस डिवाइड दिस इज योर वीईसी एंड दिस इज योर फेडरल असेंबली. सो लेट अस प्रपोज दिस टू द ब्रिटिशर्स. आईएनसी कह रहा है मैं हूं क्रैक, Muslim League, you are Jack. Let us divide things 50-50, right? And 2 का माजदा है, that is all Indians except 2, that is Governor General and Commander in Chief. And luckily यहाँ पे भी 2 है, तो याद करने के लिए it is easier to remember. 20% seats to Sikh, scheduled castes, etc. Rest of the seats let us divide 50-50 with each other. सो देसाई लिया 50-50, ठीक. दिस इज, विल लेट अस एग्री टू दिस एंड विल प्रपोज दिस टू द ब्रिटिशर्स एंड टेल द ब्रिटिशर्स, सी दुल्हन मान गई है, कोई इशू नहीं है, यू डू निकाह, ठीक, यू डू मैरिज, राइट, यू डू ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर, ठीक. सो दिस इज द प्रपोजल. देसाई लियाकत पैक्ट हो गया था, बट इट फेल्ड बाय मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना वॉज टेस्टिंग दैट टू वॉट एक्सटेंट I can bend the Congress. Percentage of Muslims 20%. Demand of 4 Delhi proposals 33%, 1/3 Muslims at center. Demand of 3 Calcutta amendments 1/3 Muslim leaders at center. क्या निकाल लिया? 50-50. औकात. Therefore, in front of the Muslims, Muslim will go औकात. एंड औकात तो अभी देखे नहीं, ये भी नहीं चाहिए, आई वॉन्ट पाकिस्तान. सो मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना सेड, मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना रिफ्यूज नॉलेज ऑफ दिस पैक्ट. ऐसा पॉसिबल है दैट लियाकत अली कैन टॉक टू द आईएनसी विदाउट नॉलेज ऑफ जिन्ना? बट जिन्ना सेड पता नहीं कौन सा पैक्ट. माने कि उसने टेस्टिंग कर ली कि कितना झुकने के लिए तैयार है. ही टेस्टेड दैट हाउ व्हाट दे कैन गो टू. प्लेबिसाइड मान चुके, 1 स्टेट 2 नेशन मान चुके, 50% मान चुके, भिखारी बना, भिखारी, बेगर, ठीक है. और मतलब क्या, और क्या दोगे, ठीक है. दुल्हन मान जा, दुल्हन मान जा. दुल्हन कह रही कि मेरे बॉयफ्रेंड अलग सेट है, मैं नहीं कर रही निगाह, प्यार है मुझे, प्यार, ठीक है. माँ बाप कह रहे हैं अरेंज मैरिज, गांधी जी कराना चाह रहे हैं अरेंज मैरिज. दुल्हन कह रही सॉरी आई एम इन लव. दूल्हे की शादी नहीं हो रही थी कहीं, आईएनसी. दूल्हा कहे जा रहा है स्विट्जरलैंड ले जाऊंगा, ये कर दूंगा, वो कर दूंगा. दुल्हन कह रही सॉरी. दुल्हन फिर भी कह रही है अपने पेरेंट्स को, ऐसा सोच लो, ठीक है. ऐसे कोई पैट्रियार्कल जोक लगे तो भैया माफ कर देना, मैं वैसे ही मजाक कर रहा हूं. दुल्हन कह रही है पूछो तो सही इनसे, ठीक है, और क्या क्या कर सकते. रिवर्स दहेज चल रहा है, कह रहे सारी औरतों को बदला मैं लूंगी, रिवर्स दहेज, ठीक है. ऐसा ये दहेज देने को तैयार है, लौटने में कुछ नुक्स होगा, नहीं होती शादी. ये है ना नॉन वायलेंस, है ना. तो ये चक्कर है, तो इसको बना लो. नहीं, मैं तो दिख नहीं रहा, आगे वाले बेंचेस में तो नहीं बना हुआ. पहले टी बनाना है इसमें, अदरवाइज ऐसा बनाओ तो शायद स्पेस कम रह जाए. तो मतलब ऐसा इक्वी डिस्टेंट ऐसे बनाना, फिर लिख के फिर फ्रीडम रहेगी आपको लिखने की, गुचड़ पुचड़ नहीं होगा. एंड बाद में गोला बना देना, ठीक है. वेरी गुड. ऐसे याद करोगे याद हो जाएगा फ्लो चार्ट फॉर्म में, ठीक है ना. क्लियर दिख रहा है आपको. सिर्फ राइटिंग में लिखवाएंगे तो नहीं होगा, ठीक है. तो ये मैप किसी किताब में नहीं, अपना बनाया हुआ कॉपीराइट. क्लियर दिख रहा है. 50-50 याद करना भी आसान है, और मजा तो तब आ जाएगा जब बाकी कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट के लोगों को आप बीट करना, बीट ये सब चीजें यूज करना, बीट करा करो उनका, और कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन कर दो. इतना डाउन नहीं कि सामने वाला सुसाइड कर ले टेंशन में, बट कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन कर दो सामने वाला होगा, ठीक है. उससे बता कि ऐसे लॉजिक दूंगा. जैसे आप किसी स्टूडेंट से पूछना व्हाट इज द लिंक बिटवीन वेवल प्लान, व्हाट इज द लिंक बिटवीन वेवल प्लान एंड देसाई लियाकत पैक्ट, ऐसा थोड़ा इंग्लिश एक्सेंट भी डाल देना, वो घबरा जाएगा. कह रहा भाई वेवल प्लान तो याद नहीं, देसाई लियाकत पैक्ट क्या था, एंड व्हाट इज द लिंक. क्या चल ठीक है मैं ना अभी बिजी हूं, आंसर नहीं देना, कंपटीशन है, आंसर नहीं देना है, ठीक है. एनीवेज तो ये बना लिया, ठीक है. 50-50, ठीक है. रीजन क्लियर है दैट ब्रिटिशर्स दे आर रेडी टू डू ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर, दे वांट टू पटाओ मुस्लिम लीग कि भाई ऐसा, ठीक है. सो राइट डाउन बुल्ला भाई देसाई. बुल्ला की जाना में कौन, बुल्ला भाई देसाई, भुला भाई BHU है, भुला भाई देसाई, भुला भाई देसाई. डबल एल नहीं शायद एक एल, जो भी यार क्या फर्क पड़ता. भुल्ला भाई देसाई, लिखना भाई, भुल्ला भाई देसाई, गाना थोड़ी गवानो तो बुल्ला के जन्म, हाँ पॉइंट है, लिखो। भुल्ला भाई देसाई वॉज लीडर ऑफ आईएनसी, भुल्ला भाई देसाई वॉज लीडर ऑफ आईएनसी इन सीएलए, भुल्ला भाई देसाई वॉज लीडर ऑफ आईएनसी इन सीएलए, एंड लियाकत अली ऑफ एमएल, and Liaquat Ali of ML in CLA, and Liaquat Ali of ML in CLA. Next point, goal is equal to, goal was to have INC ML unity, goal was to have INC ML unity, INC ML unity, and giving above mentioned joint demands, and giving above mentioned joint demands, giving above mentioned joint demands to British, giving above mentioned joint demands to British. क्या है डिमांड्स आपके सामने? ऑल इंडियंस, वीसी टू हैव ऑल इंडियंस एक्सेप्ट गवर्नर जनरल एंड कमांडर इन चीफ, 50% ऑफ द मिनिस्टर्स, रेस्ट ऑफ द मिनिस्टर्स टू बी फ्रॉम आईएनसी एंड रेस्ट फ्रॉम दिस थिंग. इसको वर्ड्स में तो कन्वर्ट कर लोगे आप, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, जिन्ना रिफ्यूज नॉलेज, जिन्ना रिफ्यूज नॉलेज ऑफ पैक्ट देयरफॉर फेल्ड, जिन्ना रिफ्यूज नॉलेज ऑफ पैक्ट देयरफॉर फेल्ड, जिन्ना रिफ्यूज नॉलेज ऑफ पैक्ट देयरफॉर फेल्ड, therefore failed. Next, write down Wavell Plan 1945. Wavell Plan 1945. See, Bhulla Bhai Desai is member of CLA, he will not be in jail. ठीक? Wavell Plan 1945, it is basically product of Simla conference. INC leaders were released from jail, invited to Simla in a conference. Product निकला था ये. So Wavell Plan 1945. ठीक, ब्रैकेट में स्टार लगा के लिखिए, प्रोडक्ट ऑफ सिमला कॉन्फ्रेंस 1945, जून 1945, आफ्टर एंड ऑफ WW2 and release of INC leaders, that ended, and end of मतलब कुछ that ended QIM, right? So just linkage बना रहा हूं आपको कि क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट खत्म हुई, आईएनसी लीडर्स को रिलीज किया गया, शिमला कॉन्फ्रेंस, रिजल्ट क्या निकला? वेवल प्लान. रिजल्ट क्या निकला? वेवल प्लान. एंड व्हाट वाज द वेवल प्लान? दिस सिनेरियो, इसमें क्या है? विंस्टन चर्चिल वाज गोइंग थ्रू इलेक्शंस, राइट? इलेक्शंस आर अबाउट टू टेक प्लेस एंड ही वांटेड अ सॉल्यूशन क्विकली टू इंडिया, right, as soon as possible. So imagine that you are Wavell and your prime minister has said that he wants a solution to the India problem as soon as possible. माने कि time is less, right? So what will be your attitude? Your attitude will be, you will be looking in the recent history that what is the best that was there, and you realize that although Jinnah refused knowledge of the fact, but still the second highest leader of Muslim League and Bhulla Bhai Desai, they had done the pact. That means the closest thing which is possible to finding some kind of solution is Desai Liaquat Pact, because time was less, right? So anyway, इसके बाद लिखिए, Churchill wanted solution. Churchill wanted solution to India. Churchill wanted solution to India before elections in Britain. Before elections in Britain. In brackets डाला आके, therefore quick solution needed. जब क्विक सोल्यूशन नीडेड तो ज्यादा कुछ नहीं करते, जो क्लोजेस्ट है पॉसिबल है. सो प्रपोजल क्या था? प्रपोजल वाज दिस. Wavell said 50-50. Wavell said you had a pact 50-50. Let us do 50-50. अब मैं कह रहा हूं मेरी बात में कुछ दम है, आई एम ब्रिटिश, लेट अस डू 50-50, right? So see, this is the linkage between the Desai-Liaquat Pact and this thing. This is the linkage. Quick solution is needed. So therefore, जो सबसे close INC and ML have come to some kind of compromise, let us offer them, but now from the British side, right? So he said that they be all Indians except Governor General and Commander in Chief, and 50%, but see, whenever any government functions, political party name is not used, because there can be another political parties who says that I am the representative of Muslims, right? So therefore 50%, so governments, आपके constitution में कभी किसी political party का नाम नहीं लिखा हुआ. It is only the communist constitutions which will mention name of the party, communist party, right? So यहाँ पे 50% INC and ML नहीं होगा, 50% Hindus and 50% Muslims, right? So this is how let us divide. What? मैं किसका head हूँ? VC. And from the constitution I know that prime minister can rejuggle his council of ministers at any point of time. Quick चाहिए ना, quick. अरे भाई इसके लिए तो इलेक्शन चाहिए, फेडरल असेंबली एंड ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स, ठीक है? तो वो अभी ये जल्दी हो जाएगा. आई एम दी वाइसरॉय, आई एम दी गवर्नर जनरल, आई कैन डू दिस वेरी क्विकली, क्विक, राइट? बिकॉज रीशफल ऑफ दी मिनिस्टर तो कभी भी हो जाए. सो देयरफॉर ये क्या है? वीसी. सो हिज प्रपोजल इज लेट अस हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ अ वीसी, ठीक है ना? तो बेसिकली क्लोजेस्ट टू देसाई लियाकत पैक्ट, बिकॉज क्विक चाहिए था सब कुछ. इसमें वो नहीं है, legislature नहीं है, only this is a proposal of Wavell. So this is a plan which is proposed by Wavell, right? Now what will happen? Muslim League will say Muslim ministers, they should come only from Muslim League. INC will say I am not a Hindu organization, I'm a secular organization, I represent the Muslims also. So INC Muslim leaders should also be made ministers. Why this is that only Muslim minister? But Muslim League अड़ गया. Muslim League कहता I am the only representative of Muslim com. INC, you are a Hindu organization. Conflict took place, right? And therefore, ultimately, Wavell said that see, Wavell plan has failed. Why? Muslim League दुल्हन मानी नहीं रही. Bride is not agreeing. And this, in the books it is written, this implied implicit veto, indirect veto to ML. Why indirect veto to ML? Because भाई दुल्हन ना मान दी क्या मतलब है? You go ahead, you make this, you do this, right? Fine. If Muslim League is saying that they are the dominant representatives of the Muslim community, fine. If these ministers are 4, 1 minister you have from the INC, and rest of the 3 ministers you have from Muslim League. आप काम तो चालू करो, फिर देखा जाएगा whether the Muslim League joins or not. आप why in the beginning itself you are saying कि since Muslim League has not agreed, since INC could not पटाओ Muslim League, so therefore this plan is a failure. मतलब you are telling कि if Muslim League does not agree, तो इस देश में कुछ नहीं होगा. If Muslim League does not agree, then no things will take place in this country. ये तो वीटो हो गया. This is veto. Till the point of time Muslim League will not say yes, things will not happen. ये क्या मतलब है? So this is how. And prestige of Muslim League like tiger, right? And therefore in 1945 elections which will take place in December, Muslim League will do brilliant in all the Muslim reserved seats. ये हो रहा है. This is appeasement politics. This is appeasement politics of a communal organization. Right? ये है. Right? So therefore appeasement was of Muslim League was the reason for partition. उनका prestige ऐसा increase कर दिया. ठीक है? Right? So write down. So ये बना लिया. ठीक? So write down. Based on Desai-Liaquat Pact 1945. Based on Desai-Liaquat Pact 1945. Based on Desai-Liaquat Pact 1945. Next point. Wavell asked parties to either give a joint list, parties to either give a joint list of ministers, a joint list of ministers, or each party may give separate list, or each party may give separate list. Full stop. माने कि either all of us parties just sit together, we give 15 names of Muslims, 15 names of Hindus, and therefore the government will pick and choose. तो ऐसा ठीक है. और we may give जितनी सीट्स हैं उतना ही हमने दे दिया. और let's say agreement नहीं बन पा रहा है अगर, so fine, INC can give its own list, Muslim League can give its own list, then the government will choose कि अच्छा इनमें से किस किस को क्या करना है. So either give separate list or give joint lists. हाँ जी. मुस्लिम लीग इतनी कॉन्फिडेंस क्यों है? Because Muslim League is confident because since the time period of your August of 1940, Britishers themselves have given veto to Muslim League, saying no constitution if minorities they are not in consent. Crisp Mission 1942, despite so much amount of pressure, वहाँ पे जापान पहुँच गया है, सारी चीजें हो रही हैं, World War II में टेंशन चल रहा है. Even then the Britishers they said that if any province is not in agreement with the constitution framed, then they can enter into a separate relationship with the Britishers. So that is the reason for the confidence. कि जो आका है, जो डिसीजन मेकर है, वो मुझे पाल रहा है तो मैं पल रहा हूं. ठीक है, मतलब दे आर एंटरटेनिंग मी, सो आई एम ऑल्सो लाइक दिस एग्रेसिव. हाँ जी. यस. आईएनसी वाज अ सेक्युलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, सो माइनॉरिटीज का कॉन्सेप्ट कैसे नहीं बनता? मतलब हाँ, जरूरी थोड़ी है कि मुस्लिम लीग ही माइनॉरिटीज को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है. बिल्कुल, तभी तो डिस्प्यूट था. बट अल्टीमेटली द ब्रिटिशर्स दे आर एग्रीइंग. ब्रिटिशर्स दे आर नॉट सेइंग दैट मुस्लिम्स आर बीइंग रिप्रेजेंटेड ओनली बाय मुस्लिम लीग. ब्रिटिशर्स तो बस इतना कह रहे हैं कि मुस्लिम लीग को मना लो, दैट देयर कैन बी मुस्लिम मिनिस्टर्स इवन फ्रॉम द आईएनसी. हमें तो कोई टेंशन नहीं. ये इशू है ना. दे आर गिविंग अ प्रेस्टिजियस प्लेस टू द मुस्लिम लीग, राइट. सो ऐसा है. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. Plan failed because ML wanted. Plan failed because ML wanted. Plan failed because ML wanted Muslim ministers. Plan failed because ML wanted Muslim ministers only from ML. While INC argued that it is not a Hindu organization. While INC argued that it is not a Hindu organization. It is not a Hindu organization. हाँ जी. In this particular scenario, 50% INC ministers, one of them, two of them, they can be Muslims also. ठीक? And here, Muslim League ministers will all be Muslims. ठीक? But Muslim League is saying that if I have to maintain integrity with two nation theory, right? And if I am the leader of the Muslim Qawm, then झूठे मुसलमान हैं वो जो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस में. Those Muslims who are there in the Indian National Congress, they are fake Muslims, right? And I am the only one who is the leader of Muslims. And if Muslims are given leadership, if Muslims are being given ministership, that only from my party these ministers should come. Only Muslim League represents the interest of Muslim Qawm. INC is a Hindu organization. Right? And the Muslims who are there in the INC, they are fake Muslims as per the Muslim League. Right? Plus, and if INC is able to give Muslim ministers, it will dilute the idea of Pakistan. Because INC wanted a united India. Right? तो वो वाला चीज है, टू नेशन थ्योरी वाले एंगल पे चल रहा है वो। सेंगे मतलब वो बेसिकली कह रहे हैं दैट मुस्लिम कौम के जो इंटरेस्ट हैं दे आर रिप्रेजेंटेड ओनली बाय मुस्लिम लीग, राइट? दे डू, एंड अगर if Muslim ministers they come from INC, then leadership of the Muslims, it is kind of like slipping out of hands of Muslim League, because INC will also claim that, see, they can give a bhashan that, dear Muslims, we have raised your issues in the council, right, and I hereby welcome your minister, a Muslim minister, to speak to you, right? You are Muslim League karyakarta, and you're like, ये क्या हो रहा है? ये तो INC is claiming the leadership of Muslims, right? ये तो यूनाइटेड इंडिया हो जाएगा या फिर ये तो हमारा पॉलिटिकल नुकसान हो जाएगा. वी नीड टू एंश्योर हमारा वोट बैंक हमारे पास रहे, राइट? दिस काइंड ऑफ सिनेरियो इज देयर. ठीक है, तो ऐसा है. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज फेलियर मेंट, फेलियर, डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ फेलियर. नहीं ऐसा आप लिखो, क्या लिखा आपने? आप कुछ नहीं लिखा तो आप लिख लो डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ फेलियर, डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ फेलियर by Wavell, declaration of failure by Wavell 4347, declaration of failure by Wavell 4347 meant implicit veto to ML, meant implicit veto to ML, since failure announced because ML could not be convinced. Failure announced because ML could not be convinced. किस चीज के लिए कन्विंस? कि भाई मुस्लिम मिनिस्टर्स दे कैन बी फ्रॉम नॉन ML पार्टीज ऑल्सो. कन्विंस नहीं कर पाए तो प्लान फेल, राइट? तो जैसे इम्प्लीसिट. हाँ जी, ML को इसलिए इतना मना रहे थे because INC had this view that if we are able to give more and more things to the Muslim League, then probably the fear that Muslims are a minority and Hindus as a majority, they can suppress the Muslim minorities. That fear will be gone by showing a open heart or by showing giving more and more things to Muslim League. This fear in the heart of minority against majority will be counteracted. No, there was no other organization which would be secular in nature and which would say that I am standing for United India and all the Muslims are there with me. So problem nahi hoti if Muslim League had been a secular organization, but Muslim League was a communal organization. That's why. Write down. Prestige of ML increased. And it did very well. In December 1945 elections. Right? So we'll meet after 10 minutes and the topic is going to be INA. ठीक है? Azad in Fauj. Right, so write down. So let's take some questions. Sir, what was the role of B.R. Ambedkar in the Quit India movement? Was he against the Quit India movement? Yes, he was against the Quit India movement because B.R. Ambedkar's view was that INC, please tell me, what is the share of the Dalits in Swaraj? What is the share of Dalits in Swaraj? That is, once India becomes independence, are you ready to make some promises for economic or for political empowerment, right, of the Dalits? That is, will reservations continue in future or what is the issue? INC under Jawaharlal Nehru was not ready to give any promise. And therefore that was the reason of conflict between the B.R. Ambedkar and B.R. Ambedkar remained pro-British during the Quit India movement. He also became Labour Minister. ठीक है, so इस प्रकार से ये चीज था. There the issue was that are you ready to give us the promise कि future में हमारा ख्याल रखा जाएगा या फिर Dalit interest they will be protected, right? So B.R. Ambedkar never wanted any. He was totally anti-Muslim League, right? But he was also anti-Mahatma Gandhi, right? There is an interview of B.R. Ambedkar also where he says that in one meeting with Mahatma Gandhi, ठीक है, it was there he showed me real fangs माने फन, ठीक है, तो ऐसा मतलब अच्छा वैसा वो नहीं था, एंटी मुस्लिम लीग ऑल्सो, ठीक है, बट एंटी INC एंड एंटी महात्मा गांधी उस प्रकार से, ठीक है, तो वो चीज था. सर आई एम जस्ट फॉलोइंग योर क्लास नोट्स विदाउट हैंडआउट्स, वो तो मैंने बता दिया, ठीक है. सर विजन IAS नोट्स एंड योर नोट्स आर मच सिमिलर इन बोथ आर अंडरस्टैंडेबल, सही है. फ्रॉम द स्टार्टिंग क्लास यू सेड सर माई क्लास नोट्स इज सफिशिएंट, हाँ भाई बिल्कुल क्लास नोट्स आर सफिशिएंट. सर कैन वी स्टिल आस्क डाउट्स ऑन मेल आफ्टर टुडेज क्लास, ऑब्वियसली. आपको पर्सनैलिटी से नहीं पता चला मेरी अभी तक, मैं कभी बच्चों को मना करूंगा कि आपको कोई डाउट है तो मत पूछो मेरे से, ऐसा थोड़ी है. सर काइंडली गिव योर, बजाओ ताली बजाओ. ये है altruism@altruismheals@gmail.com. Sir, what about Plasi to partition? Plasi to partition and the motor wala Bipin Chandra, they have been covered in the class, right? So if you have your optional as history, then you should read it. And if you are a student, right, always respect yourself. There should not be any blind following at all. For example, I myself tell you, if I had been a student, right, here, right, तो चाहे टीचर कितना भी अच्छा हो, चाहे कितना भी अच्छे समझाओ, मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये है that till the point of time I do not read a book. मेरे को ये फील नहीं आती मेरा सब्जेक्ट हो गया, कुछ साइकोलॉजिकल बैरियर है, राइट. वाई? बिकॉज बचपन से ही आई हैव ऑलवेज डन सेल्फ स्टडी. तो अगर आप ऐसे स्टूडेंट हो, इफ यू आर सच अ स्टूडेंट हु फील्स कि यार बुक तो पर नहीं पढ़ी, यार बुक तो नहीं पढ़ी है ना, तो आप पढ़िए. फिर उस हिसाब से शेखर बंदोपाध्याय इज अ वेरी गुड बुक. इट इज सिंगल बुक फॉर फ्रॉम 1757 टू 1947, राइट. सो इन दैट केस, सो देयरफॉर नो योरसेल्फ, ट्रस्ट योरसेल्फ, अपने अंदर विश्वास रखो. आपके जो थिंकिंग पैटर्न्स हैं वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है आपके एग्जाम क्लियर करने में. योर थिंकिंग पैटर्न्स आर द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इन यू क्लियरिंग द एग्जाम, because I am not going to write the exam, you are going to write the exam. So if you are such a student, there are such students who says that sir I am able to remember everything without even making short notes. So should I make short notes? No, there are people, right, who have good memory and all of these things. वो बचपन से कभी भी इन्होंने short notes नहीं बनाए and they have done well. So therefore, if just scribbling on the side has worked for you in the past, why it should not work for you in the present? But if you are such a student who feels that till the point of time I do not write anything with my hand, I am not able to remember it, right? So therefore, मतलब मैं ऐसा था, जब तक मैं notes ना बना मुझे याद ही नहीं होगा somehow, right? So therefore, notes they help, right, in that scenario. So ultimately, it is upon you that what kind of a student you are, ठीक है? तो वैसा है. Sir, which class तमिलनाडु 11th and 12th? हाँ, क्लास 11th और 12th. मैंने तमिलनाडु एनसीईआरटी नहीं पढ़ी है, बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, तो आप चेक कर लीजिए कि हमारा जो सिलेबस है वो 11th और 12th में अगर दोनों में कवर हो रहा है, देन यू शुड रीड बोथ ऑफ देम, राइट. बोथ है आंसर जो मुझे पता था, बट ठीक है, फिर भी आप देख लीजिए. सर, आइडियोलॉजी डिफरेंसेस हैज आल्सो बीन आस्क्ड बिटवीन लीडर्स लाइक बोस एंड महात्मा गांधी, अंबेडकर एंड एमजी. व्हाट नीड टू डू फॉर दिस, राइट. सो बेसिकली फ्रॉम द इवेंट्स दे कैन बी एक्सट्रैक्टेड, ठीक है. वैसे आइडियोलॉजिकल डिफरेंसेस जनरल स्टडीज में तो यूजुअली नहीं पूछे जाते हैं, बट एमजी आइडियोलॉजी वी हैव डन. नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ideology is pretty clear. That is, for him, non-violence was not a value, right? For him, stateless society was not a goal. That he was a socialist leader, right? That he believed in Hindu-Muslim unity, right? So all of these things are there. Plus, जो उन्होंने काम किया, उसको आप mention करके कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? That kind of scenario is there. So some of the handouts were not able to open even after download. So which were these handouts? You can email me and then I'll email you those handouts, right? तो देखता हूँ. Sir, can be at the point related to political changes in BRI. Britain, which also escalated the freedom of India. Very few political changes are taking place, right? See, the simple thing is, if there is basically international events का impact है on Britain, when Britain is losing economic power because of World War I, 1914-19, Great Depression 1929, World War II 1939-45. So because of this, their monetary power is coming down, and therefore they are not in a position to handle a civil war, to handle a 1859-57 like revolt. Right, they have just bled because of these events economically, and therefore that's why they decided that we have to leave. Plus also they decided because of Azad Hind Fauj, because after that they did not have the confidence on the Indian militaries, right? So they do not have the money to bring royal military from Britain, fight the Indian military in India or fight the Indians in India, right? So ये तो impact definitely है. Otherwise slight changes are there, that whenever the Liberal Party, later on called the Labour Party, these parties, whenever they will come, they will be more open to positive changes, right? But national interest सर्वोपरि, so ऐसा कुछ नहीं है that if there is a Labour Party, then they are ready to give independence randomly, राइट, चाहे लेबर पार्टी हो चाहे कंजर्वेटिव पार्टी हो, राइट, डेल्टा चेंज आएगा, गुड रूलर बैड रूलर वाला, रूलर बट हमेशा रहेगा, रूलर विल ऑलवेज बी देयर, राइट. Sir, for history optional students, is visionized material or your notes enough? No, obviously, visionized material is not enough. You have to read what you call as your Bipin Chandra Struggle for Independence. Plus you have, ठीक है, plus you should also read optional के लिए तो 2 books पढ़ना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. You can limit to 1, that is Classy to Partition, but दोनों पढ़ना चाहिए, ठीक है. But yes, with the help of our class notes, you will 200% be able to understand the optional books with much better compared to the way it is taught in even the optional classes. उस प्रकार से आपको बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी, बिकॉज इन दी ऑप्शनल व्हाट विल हैपन, फॉर एग्जांपल पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट्स एक्सेट्रा, ऐसा हो सकता है कि इस टाइप की चीजें ज्यादा हैं दैट रिलेटेड टू इंडिविजुअल्स. इन जनरल स्टडीज द ओनली हीरो इज महात्मा गांधी, राइट, बट व्हेन यू गो टू ऑप्शनल सो देयर माइट बी मोर पर्सनैलिटीज इन विच यू माइट हैव टू गो इनटू डेप्थ. सो दैट्स व्हाई उस सेंस में आवर नोट्स आर नॉट इनफ, बट अदरवाइज काफी हद तक इनफ है. मतलब आवर नोट्स आर मच मोर देन जीएस बट डेल्टा लेस देन ऑप्शनल, ऐसा है, ठीक है. तो इसलिए पढ़ना तो चाहिए. वाई बंगाल सफर्ड मल्टीपल फेमीन्स? आंसर इज देयर लैक ऑफ इरिगेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर created because of it being a permanent settlement areas, plus geographical reasons will always be there, right? So these are the 2 important things. Zamindars not acting as agrarian capitalists, not working for the productivity. This point from the permanent settlement point it is there, right? So we can add ruining of handicraft sector for famines frequency. Obviously, if we talked about no, that your agriculture sector was overburdened, right? So that whole point is there. So how to divide study schedule with coaching? So basically when I joined coaching at that particular point of time, my college senior who had cracked IAS, right, got selected as IAS in MP cadre, he told me clearly when 2 options were there, at least 1.5 years of, it was his 3rd attempt or 2nd attempt, something like this, 1.5 years of pure self study when you do not have to go to coaching institute, that is required to clear this exam. As simple as that, right? Those who clear the exam in their first attempt, they must be studying for this exam when they were in 3rd year, right? वो टाइम आप कैसे देते हो, इतना टाइम इट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर दिस एग्जाम, राइट? माने कि आफ्टर कोचिंग, आई आस्क्ड हिम आफ्टर कोचिंग, ही सेड यस. मैंने कहा व्हाई? बिकॉज सेल्फ स्टडी इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज वहीं पे रिवीजन होता है. व्हेन देयर इज ओनली 1 ऑप्शनल, सो एटलीस्ट 10 months, 8 to 12 months, right, of self study it is important, where no one is disturbing you to go to that coaching, this coaching. That is the reality of life, as simple as that. Those of you who are able to clear, right, maybe you have this thing, it is for average intellectual people, right? Maybe your IQ it is much better, maybe you are preparing for this exam somewhere, you know, school life में, college life में कुछ नहीं, तुम्हारा humanities के थ्रू कुछ रहा होगा उस प्रकार से. So those things they can bring changes, but जितना बड़ा syllabus है, you do require 8 to 12 months of self study preparation after the coaching when no one is disturbing you, or at max if there is only 1 coaching class per day. That is why my request to you was, since the beginning, complete your optional coaching and your GS coaching as together as possible, right? चाहे कितना ही भागना पड़े, so that as soon as possible तुम इस coaching के चंगुल से निकल जाओ. That was the reason. Because साथ साथ नहीं होती preparation. Today आप भूल जाओगे. After 2 months you'll forget history. After 3 months you'll forget history. हाँ, हमारी उपयोगिता ये हो सकती है अगर हमने ठीक से पढ़ा है, if we have taught you well, then when you will be revising the notes, things will get recollected. But definitely after 2 months, 3 months, randomly someone asks you a question regarding modern history, you will not be able to recall. Why? Because self-study and revision, that is what is required for recall and making interconnections, right? So therefore, ऐसा basically इस प्रकार से है. अभी आ जाओ इस पे यार, लेट हो जाएगा ज़्यादा, सिलेबस पूरा करना है अभी, तो बाद में बात कर लूँगा कभी, राइट? INA, heading is INA, INA/Azad Hind Fauj, INA/Azad Hind Fauj, INA/Azad Hind Fauj, AZAD Hind Fauj, FAUJ, Azad Hind Fauj, right? Write down 1942 dash INA setup. 1942 dash INA setup under Mohan Singh. INA setup under Mohan Singh. Under Captain Mohan Singh. Under Captain Mohan Singh. Under Captain Mohan Singh. Next point. अच्छा कैसे, मतलब कुछ चीजें मैं फॉर ग्रांटेड लेके चल रहा हूं, सो इतना आपको बताना चाहिए. बेसिकली द ब्रिटिशर्स दे गॉट डिफीटेड इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, जापान, right? Japan had also captured Burma. And as a result, many of the Indian soldiers of the British Indian Army, they were captives, they were prisoners of wars. So Captain Mohan Singh went to the Japanese and he said that you are having us imprisoned. Why don't you use us against the British? Right? We will be able to get independence from India and you will be getting a helping hand. Right? The Japs, they agreed to this proposal, and this is how in 1942 INA was set up. Right? INA was set up in 1942 under Captain Mohan Singh. INA was not set up by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, it was set up by Captain Mohan Singh. Right? Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at this particular point of time was in Italy, Germany. There he had taken the POWs because British Indian Army was fighting in Europe also. And those POWs, prisoners of wars, right, in those battles where Germany had defeated the British Indian Army, there he set up Indian Independence League, IIL. But that was very smaller experiment. This army was going to be bigger in future. That's why Indian Independence League is less talked about. More talked about is Azad Hind Fauj or INA. Right? Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was getting frustrated. Why? Because he was there in Italy. Mussolini or Italy was relatively more empathetic towards the Indian cause. But the real power was Hitler. And when he got in touch with Hitler, he realized that Hitler was not in mood to properly support the Indian independence. Ideologically, Hitler believed that since British, they are the Aryan race. So even if today I am fighting with the British, in the long-term future of the world, Germany should dominate the lands of the world and Britain may dominate the oceans of the world. This kind of scenario. The two Aryan race, they will rule. And therefore that kind of positive help was not coming from Hitler. And Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose felt frustrated, captive, that I want to exit Europe as soon as possible. He was not captive, but he did not have any sadhan he did not have any ship of his own or anything, right? So therefore, ultimately, he was able to convince Germany to provide a German U-boat, that is a submarine, right? And he will be coming to your Singapore, Malaysia, Singapore aayenge. He'll be coming, but in that German U-boat, then there are visuals are there on YouTube also, when he is crossing over into a Japanese U-boat, right? So from one submarine to another submarine, he's like, with the help of a rope, right, he's moving. And submarine travel is very, very tough because it is very high pressure travel, right? So proper acclimatization, it is required for 1 month or whatever, so that you're able to travel in a submarine, right? So therefore, do see that visual. Okay? So anyways, so then he is transferred into a Japanese submarine and then he is brought by Japan into Singapore. And there he takes the leadership of Azad Hind Fauj. Right? He took the leadership of Azad Hind Fauj from Rash Bihari Bose. Rash Bihari Bose was 60 years of age at this particular point of time. He was aged. Right? So therefore, this is why this thing is taking place. He was always pro Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Right? But how did Rash Bihari Bose got the leadership of INA? Because Captain Mohan Singh was arrested. Why Captain Mohan Singh was arrested? Because Captain Mohan Singh was not a very, very big leader. Right? And what he was demanding, he was telling the Japanese that Indian prisoners of wars, they should be treated as equals of the Japanese soldiers. They should be given all the funding, they should be given all the good weapons, etc., and we should fight like equals. The demand was right. But the problem is, A, you are neither Rash Bihari Bose, nor you are Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, you are just a captain. Second, you are POWs. Till yesterday, you killed our men. Now you are demanding that this thing. So therefore, till the point of time, a person who can diplomatically handle this situation, who can talk at the top level, till that particular person is not there, this demand, it is kind of not justified also. Right? This kind of scenario. Right? So that led to conflict. And he was arrested. Rash Bihari Bose, who was in Japan since 1915. So after the Gadar movement of 1913-15, Rash Bihari Bose had gone to Japan. Right? So he was there, he was very respected by the Japanese also, so he took the leadership. But then Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose came, right, very amicably, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose took over the leadership. Right, Rash Bihari Bose was very good fan of Netaji Subhash, senior, but this kind of scenario. Right, so aisa hai. So next point write down. Mohan Singh was arrested. Mohan Singh was arrested. Mohan Singh was arrested due to conflict with Japs, due to conflict with Japanese, due to conflict with Japanese, as he wanted greater role, leading role कह दो, as he wanted leading role for POWs, for Indian POWs, as he wanted leading role for Indian POWs. Against British India, and equal treatment, like an ally army, Next point. Now Rash Bihari Bose, RASH BEHARI Bose, Rash Bihari Bose, comma, who was in Japan since 1915, took leadership of INA. Next point, July 1943, Netaji Bose took over leadership. From RB Bose, and expanded INA, by recruiting NRIs, in Southeast Asia, Full stop. He raised funds from among NRIs, for INA, as wanted क्या बोलेंगे, as wanted Indian money, for INA, instead of Japanese money. Full stop. He raised Rani Jhansi Regiment. Of women. And they were also Gandhi Regiment and Nehru Regiment. In INA. Right? So usually नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस को महात्मा गांधी का भक्त दिखाने के लिए बोला जाता है कि देखिए he was such a fan of Mahatma Gandhi that he raised Gandhi Regiment. ठीक है. So two aspects are there as per some of the historians. Gandhi Regiment and Nehru Regiment, they existed before Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose came. Right? So they were set up before he came. And second point, even if he set up Gandhi Regiment, so what can be a bigger sarcasm on Mahatma Gandhi? Non-violence. And देखो गांधी रेजिमेंट. आप गांधी जी को चिढ़ा रहे हो या क्या कर रहे हो, मतलब है ना ऐसा. फुल स्टॉप. ही सेटअप, हाँ जी, मेडिकल हेल्प. Mahatma Gandhi ran ambulance services in Boer Wars. Full stop. He set up provisional government. of free India. He set up provisional government of free India on 21st October 1943. On 21st October 1943. Right? तो देखिए, after, मतलब basically it is a huge mystery that where did the INA treasure went. Right? There are different accounts. Some people say that in today's value, this INA treasure would have been what, 300 crore rupees. Some people say कि नहीं, in the it was much bigger. Right? Some people go on to saying thousands of crores of rupees. Right? So people had donated huge amount of money. The NRIs, this is NRI's diaspora contribution to Indian national movement, Gadar movement, right? And this is the diaspora contribution to the Indian national movement, right? So therefore, huge amount of money was contributed, right? Businessmen, there was this, I think there was this person, I think with a Muslim name, I'm not sure, but he contributed 1 crore rupees. In that time, he contributed 1 crore rupees to INA, right? There are such instances. Okay, there is a lady. Imagine, तुम अपनी कभी मम्मी से पूछना, मम्मी आपको वो गहने देना, ठीक है, आस्क योर मदर फॉर हर ज्वेलरी, ठीक है, शी लाइक अटैचमेंट है ना, ज्वेलरी से बहुत अटैचमेंट है, ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ अटैचमेंट, राइट. बट नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस was such an inspiring personality, was such a speaker, such a orator, such a passionate person that women, they contributed their jewelry. There is an incident where a lady, right, she's a rich lady, right, so before she donates the jewelry, she wears all the jewelry and she gets a photo clicked. From top to bottom, she is loaded in gold. And then all of that gold she donates to INA. This kind of scenario. Those people who did not have money, they donated their children. They said, Netaji, I do not have money, but these children are there, right? So therefore, she can join Rani Jhansi regiment and he can join other things. And those who are below, let's say 16 years of age, they can join the scouts. So I'm giving my children to you, whatever you want to do. This kind of scenario was there, right? Those who did not have money, for example, those who were gwalas, they contributed cows. A person contributed 100 cows, so that the dairy needs, milk needs, etc. of the INA, they can be met. This kind of scenario. There is a famous case, madam, not so famous, but some historian was talking about it. So a poor man, a daily wage earner, who used to earn what, $40 or 40 pounds per day, something like this kind of person. ठीक है, 40 मतलब कितना हो गया, 2-3 हजार रुपए पर डे, 2,000 रुपए पर डे, कुछ इस प्रकार से, या 40 था या जितना भी पाउंड था, कम होगा शायद से, बट ही वाज देयर, मतलब गरीब था, ठीक है, वो कितना कन्वर्जन करना है क्या है, 40 पाउंड्स नहीं होगा, कम होगा जो भी, बट so he was there in the line to contribute money, right? So therefore someone told me from INA that you are a poor person, right? Okay, and therefore do not contribute, मतलब don't contribute this money, you are poor, right? ठीक है, तो ऐसा, तो मतलब बल्कि ये बोला कि एक काम करो, बुरा ना लग जाए कि मैं गरीब हूं तो मेरे से पैसा नहीं ले रहे, that I am poor, so therefore they are not taking money, I am less nationalistic है. So बोला कि okay, don't give, you know, this thing, $40 I think Singapore dollars उनकी वैल्यू कम होती है जो भी है, but give half. So he is like okay, he gave half. After some time, he finds that same person is again in the line. He's like, why are you again here? So he's like, I had decided, I'd come from home, that I'll give 1 day's, you know, salary, 1 day's wage to the INA. And when I went back, so I could not just stay at peace. So therefore, I've come here again. This kind of scenario. Young girls were there, 16 years of age of girl, right? She joined, you know, Rani Jhansi regiment, something like this, right? And after that, you know, her parents, they were like, you know, she has joined, and so the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, you know, convinced her, tried to convince her, but she was adamant, nahi, I will join INA. This kind of scenario was also there. ठीक है, तो एक और कहानी है. There was a girl. She gave her what, pocket money or something like this, you know, to, or whatever jewelry she had, little jewelry. ठीक है, she donated. When Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose came to know, so therefore he went to their house to return it. Right. Instead, she became adamant and even more. अपने पापा मम्मी को बोला कि और पैसा दो उनको. This kind of scenario. ठीक है. Some things they cannot be valued. For example, एक वो तो वीडियो देखा था मैंने, उसमें गौतम बुद्ध का ग्रीन कलर का किसी स्टोन में, ग्रीन कलर स्टोन से बना हुआ गौतम बुद्ध का एक ऐसा फेस वाला, ठीक है, मतलब उसकी तो खैर कोई वैल्यू ही नहीं है, राइट? दिस काइंड ऑफ सिनेरियो. सो देयरफॉर ह्यूज फैन फॉलोइंग. योर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, such thing was there that he wanted to meet for 15 minutes with General Tojo. and he had to wait for weeks because General Tojo was very busy. And finally, when the meeting happened, it went on for hours. And after that, a blank check was given that whatever you want from the side of Japan, you have it. So therefore, he was a great diplomat also, right? He was a great diplomat also, right? He was very brainy. All India rank 4th उस time में, ठीक है? UPSC, this kind of scenario, ठीक है? So ऐसा है. So similarly, for example, General Tojo, some people they say that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose wanted to become a dictator of India, ठीक? But for example, General Tojo, right? General Tojo asked him that why you are calling the government provisional government. Provisional means temporary. Call it simply government of free India, right? We'll win India. Have faith. Why are you calling it provisional? Okay, moral down है क्या? You are calling it temporary. Netaji Subhash was like कि any permanent government of India, it can be set up only after the wish of the people. That is as per democratic process. So therefore, this is only a symbolic government. Permanent government will only be a democratic government. This kind of scenario, right? तो इस प्रकार से चीज है. फिर एक स्पीच भी है नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की, वेरी hints that what are his plans for future. So therefore he was addressing the INA and he said that there are some among us who might retire from active politics once the dream of independence is reached, right? So therefore ऐसा कुछ नहीं था that he was after power or anything like that, ठीक है? तो this is like the story. So anyways, write down 1943 Andaman and Nicobar Islands liberated by INA. 1943 Andaman and Nicobar Islands liberated by INA. ठीक, ब्राइन में स्टार लगा लिखो. Renamed as Swaraj Island. Renamed as Swaraj Island. Renamed as Swaraj Island. Comma earlier Havelock Island. Comma earlier Havelock, Havelock, Havelock Island. Dash Havelock, one back Kanpur. Havelock, one back Kanpur. In 1857 revolt. Havelock, one back Kanpur in 1857 revolt. From Indians. Brackets closed. Right? So therefore, why should we celebrate a person called Havelock who is responsible for massacre of Indians? Right? He had one back Kanpur. Right? So this kind of scenario to find. Anyways, next, INA failed in Kohima and Imphal. 1944. INA failed in Kohima and Imphal. Kohima and Imphal, 1944. ठीक, बाकी इसकी भी जो कहानी है. Some of the people they say that the Britishers deliberately ensured that the British Indian Army does not come to know that they are fighting INA. Right? Or this information does not spread too much कि INA is there or something like this. Obviously कोई भी करेगा तो वो खैर चलो ठीक है. Anyways, next heading right on 1944 plus. 1944 plus. 1944 plus. Clement Attlee became PM July 1945. Clement Attlee became PM July 1945. July 1945. मतलब चर्चिल हार गया इलेक्शन. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, INA trials of POWs. INA trials of POWs. INA trials of POWs. POWs माने ठीक, POWs began at Red Fort. INA trials of POWs began at Red Fort. With trials of Prem Sehgal, comma Shahnawaz and Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon and Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Full stop. This helped in communal unity. This helped in communal unity during INA agitations. This helped in communal unity during INA agitations. During INA agitations. 1945-46. During INA agitations, 1945-46. What are these INA agitations? So when these trials they will begin, the people of India, no one asked them. No INC asked them, no Muslim League asked them, no one asked them. People of India on their own, they came out on the streets and they started protests in favor of the INA man. No one asked them. Right? Why? Because look at the composition of INA. In INA, there will be people, they are prisoners of wars. Right? They were earlier part of the British Indian Army. So in INA, they are people of British Indian Army. And in the British Indian Army, people, they will come from each part of India. From a city to a village. From north to south. From east to west. Right? So therefore, from everywhere the people will come. And as a result, from every community people were there. Right? As a result, what happened? So therefore, it was when families, they came to know that our son, our husband, our father is going to be under this trial and he may not return alive to home. So therefore, automatically people on their own, they came out of villages, they came out of cities, they came out of north, south, east, west, right? From every community they came out. Right? From Muslim community, from Hindu community, from Sikh community, from every community they came out. And they started the INA agitations. Right? इसे आप सक्सेस भी कह सकते हैं कि look at the success of Indian national movement that beat the Quit India movement of 1942 or beat the INA agitations. This was the contribution of Mahatma Gandhi. This was the contribution of the other INM leaders. This was the contribution of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. That leaderless. Last की दोनों agitations leaderless थी. So if people on their own are ready to come to the streets, it's a great achievement of Indian national movement. It is a great achievement of extremists. It is a great achievement of moderates. It is a great achievement of the whole process. That जो last two movements हुई हैं, that is your Quit India movement 1942. No leaders were there as such. Right? Only small leaders were present. And the INA agitations also, no call was given by any leader for the people of India to come out on the streets. Right? So it is an achievement. The credit goes to the people, to you guys. Right? है ना? You're coming out on the streets on your own. This is what is happening. ठीक है? So ऐसा है. और एक और चीज आप देखिए, interesting. Revolutionaries, they always thought that if repeat of 1857 revolt takes place, then India will get independent. Right? And 1857 revolt is equal to Sipahi mutiny, that is INA, that is disaffection in the army, and civil rebellion, INA agitations, Quit India movement, they can be called civil rebellion. So ऐसे या जैसे, when both of these things they took place close by in time, British said, so therefore in this particular view, the revolutionaries, they were always correct. And they were proven right also. But books, they don't mention this. Books, they don't mention this. Common sense से सामने दिख रहा है. INA 1942 से लेकर 1945, ठीक? Plus February 1946 mutiny in Navy, ठीक? Plus यहाँ पे 1942 Quit India movement until 1945, INA agitation 1945-46. ये हो गया civil rebellion. Both of them are totally violent. ठीक? INA agitations काफी एग्रेसिव थी एंड क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट टोटली वायलेंट. ठीक? सिविल रिबेलियन हो गया एक तरीके से, अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटी है ना, तो इट इज सिविल रिबेलियन, आर्म्ड रिबेलियन एक तरीके से काइंड ऑफ. ठीक? एंड यहां पे ये क्या, सिपाही म्यूटिनी और डिसअफेक्शन इन द आर्मी. जब ये दोनों चीजें साथ साथ हुई, अंग्रेज फुर. सो देयरफॉर इन दैट सेंस द रेवोल्यूशनरीज दे वर राइट. कॉमन सेंस से दिख रहा है भाई, इसमें कुछ प्रोपेगेंडा वगैरह कोई कुछ नहीं है, साफ साफ दिख रहा है. 1942 से लेकर 1946 डिसअफेक्शन इन द आर्मी एंड डिसअफेक्शन इन द पीपल, इट इज हैपनिंग टुगेदर एंड ब्रिटिश आर लिविंग 1947. सामने है, है ना? तो यही तो राइट डाउन. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, December 1945 dash, December 1945 dash, elections in India. December 1945 dash, elections in India. Elections in India. Next point, February 1946, February 1946 dash, cabinet mission plan, cabinet mission 1946, cabinet mission 1946 arrived in India. Arrived, arrived. Cabinet mission 1946 arrived, and on same day, and on same day, and on same day, naval mutiny, and on same day, naval mutiny, and on same day, naval mutiny. Okay? So these are the events. This is like the index, right? Next round, proper heading: INA trials and agitations. INA trials and INA agitations. INA trials and INA agitations. INA trials and INA agitations. ठीक. So write down first point. जो बता चुका हूं उसे लिखवा रहा हूं. INA trials led to, INA trials led to mass upsurge. INA trials led to mass upsurge all across India. All across India. Among all Indian sections. All across India. Among all Indian sections. And was supported by, and was supported by all political parties. And was supported by all political parties, and was supported by all political parties. अब देखिए, नॉन कॉपरेशन स्वदेशी मूवमेंट, that section participated, that section did not participate. Blue collar worker did not participate. Lower caste Muslims don't participate. Only white collar worker participate. Very less women participation. If and buts. Non-cooperation movement and Khilafat movement. Non-cooperation movement, Khilafat movement. Middle class, capitalist class did not support. Middle class, capitalist class did not support. ठीक है जी. Civil disobedience movement. Civil disobedience movement. First time proper women participation. However, Muslim League did not support. Communists did not support. Low worker participation. Only in Sholapur some participation and your Nagpur. Otherwise no worker participation. है ना ऐसा. Quit India movement 1942, low Muslim participation, worker participation not that good, CPI did not support. Throughout your Indian national movement, there has not been a one movement where all participated except for INA agitations. यहाँ कोई if and but नहीं. All political parties, they support, right? All, because it is not a movement by INC कि Muslim League कुछ कहे, etc. All political parties support, all communities they support, all regions they support, rural, urban, सब कुछ. So therefore, भैया, can we say that huge amount of contribution of Mahatma Gandhi, but INA truly unified India. INA truly unified India. INA trials, INA agitations, right? So ऐसा तो लिखिए. Therefore maximum unity throughout INM. Therefore maximum unity throughout INM seen during INA agitations. Therefore maximum unity throughout INM seen during INA agitations. Seen during INA agitations. And when your enemy says something, your friend might do wrong tarif, but when your enemy says something, write down, full stop. British stated dash, British stated dash, there has been no issue in past INM, There has been no issue in past INM. There has been no issue in past INM which generated so much sympathy in Indians. 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 Full stop. Next point. Therefore, INA truly unified India. Therefore, INA truly unified India. Therefore, INA truly unified India. Next point. INC made INA agitations. INC made INA agitations part of election campaign. INC made INA agitations part of election campaign. So there is a dispute between authors. Bipin Chandra tries to justify, says, yes, INC did not start INA agitations, but even before INA agitation, Jawaharlal Nehru and other INC leaders, they had argued that POWs, they should be treated in a right manner. And therefore, Bipin Chandra says, and therefore the accusation that Indian National Congress misused or used INA issue for political benefits is wrong. This accusation has been made by other historians. Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, who is centrist or maybe left of center but not leftist like Bipin Chandra, he does not make any such claims in favor of INC. In fact, he simply says that INA agitations began, right? And then INC, and now INC made it possible. तो हमने तो and we are neutral, ठीक है, हम ना ये ना वो, हम सिंपली कह रहे हैं कि INC मेड, हम ये बात लिख ही नहीं रहे, ना हम एग्जाम में लिखेंगे कि INC ने सपोर्ट किया, नहीं सपोर्ट किया, लीड किया, नहीं किया, हमें पॉलिटिकल कंट्रोवर्सी, वी आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड. दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेटमेंट इट इज ट्रू, ठीक है, INC made part of INC made INA agitations part of election campaign. This is common between Bipin Chandra and Shekhar Bandyopadhyay. So we are simply saying this, right? तो ऐसा, तो वो है INC made INA agitations part of election campaign that is demanded release of INA men. That is demanded release of INA men. Demanded release of INA men. Next point, INC leaders led by Bulla Bhai Desai, INC leaders led by Bulla Bhai Desai, fought cases for INA men, fought cases for INA men, fought cases for INA men. Next, INC set up INA Relief Committee. INC set up INA Relief Committee. अच्छा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू also fought cases, ठीक है, तो उसमें शेखर बंदोपाध्याय में लिखा हुआ है that Jawaharlal Nehru took out his black coat after many decades to fight the cases of INA men. ठीक है ना, तो ऐसा. Right now, INC set up INA Relief Committee, which raised funds, comma, gave money to INA men, comma, gave money to INA men on release, gave money to INA men on release, and tried rehabilitation of INA men, right? So Indian National Congress is asking the Indians to contribute money, so fund is created. Whenever the INA men, they are fighting court cases, so therefore this money can be used to pay fee of the lawyers. Plus, if they are released from jail, so see, British Indian Army is not going to take them back. Because they have mutinied. So therefore their rehabilitation, for example, using contacts and asking some factory owner to have them as a manager if they are qualified That is if they were at senior levels. If they are at junior levels, then as a worker, right, that is for their rehabilitation. So this work, this positive work, Indian National Congress is doing this kind of scenario. ठीक है, तो ऐसा था. ठीक है. For example, my great grandfather on mother side, right, so he was part of INA, right. So my family, it thought at that point of time that he is no more, but one day he came back, ठीक है, as INA man, ठीक है, trial etc. जो भी था उस प्रकार से. After that, for example, he got a private job, right. So that is happening because of this work of Indian National Congress, that is rehabilitation of the INA man, right. He was not allowed back in the army, but he is rehabilitated by the Indian National Congress. Next point, first time, but देखो वैसे नेताजी का नशा ऐसा था, ठीक है. My mother tells me that whenever the birthday of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose will be there on 23rd of January, right, for many years, that day he will wear the uniform of the INA and he will make a salute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and pay his respects and then remove the uniform and then normally continue the day, right, even after many years. So है पर नाना जी, ठीक है, ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर, ठीक है. तो ऐसा था, मतलब समथिंग वाज देयर इन दैट मैन विच इंस्पायर्ड सो मेनी थिंग्स, राइट. तो ही वाज अ ग्रेट ओरेटर या कुछ भी समझ लो, मतलब लीडरशिप स्किल्स जो हैं, लीडरशिप आइकन हु कैन कन्विंस पीपल टू मेक सैक्रिफाइस, राइट. सो ही टोल्ड इंडियंस कि आई डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू गिव यू, मुझे तो बस तुमसे कुछ चाहिए, क्या, तुम्हारा खून. तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं बदले में तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा, राइट. दिल्ली चलो नारा वाज आल्सो गिवन बाय हिम, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस. वो तो इंडिविजुअल सत्याग्रह तो ऐसी टुच्ची सी मूवमेंट थी, दिल्ली चलो. ये दिल्ली चलो नारा दूसरा, दिल्ली चलो स्लोगन, दैट इज विल कैप्चर दिल्ली, ठीक है. हाँ जी. व्हाई नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस डिड नॉट, because why did not Subhash Chandra Bose try to convince Mohammad Ali Jinnah? Well, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस इज आउट ऑफ इंडिया सिंस योर व्हाट, सिंस योर 1940 में निकल गए थे ना यहाँ से. उसके बाद तो कभी वो आए नहीं वापस, और आए तो वो कंट्रोवर्सी है कि क्या थे क्या नहीं थे. तो वो फिर 1940 के बाद तो है ही नहीं ना यहाँ पे वो, तो कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे. और मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना तो विल हेट नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस इन अ वे, इफ नॉट हेट देन मतलब हाँ, बिकॉज ही स्टैंड्स फॉर पाकिस्तान एंड ही स्टैंड्स फॉर यूनिटी ऑफ इंडिया. इफ Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose had come back, so therefore he would have been hated by many people, right. Why? Because Mohammad Ali Jinnah, look at the name, Azad Hind Fauj, Muslim fought and died for the country as part of Azad Hind Fauj, right. So therefore if Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is there, so Muslims they will get divided. Many of the Muslims they will say nahi, united India, this kind of scenario. So therefore Mohammad Ali Jinnah or Muslim League will not like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose because the project of Pakistan will fail then, राइट. उस प्रकार से तो ऑप्शन भी नहीं था, बिकॉज 1940 के बाद तो इंडिया आए नहीं, ठीक है. तो उस हिसाब से राइट नाउ फर्स्ट टाइम सम गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स ओपनली सपोर्टेड अ मूवमेंट. फर्स्ट टाइम गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स ओपनली सपोर्टेड अ मूवमेंट. क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट दे लीड इंफॉर्मेशन, बट नाउ दे ओपनली सपोर्टेड अ मूवमेंट. हाउ? बाय contributing money, full stop. By contributing money. Next point, during INA agitations, there was mutiny in Navy. During INA agitations, there was mutiny in Navy. As naval ratings, that is workers of Navy, sailors, naval ratings, that is workers / sailors, went on strike. राइट. सो राइट डाउन. अब इनके ग्रीवेंसेस क्या थे. अच्छा, मतलब एक मिनी टॉपिक है तो आप ये लिख लीजिए एक नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, मतलब इसमें अब आप ब्रैकेट्स में ही ऐसे एक टॉपिक सा बना लीजिए कैपिटल लेटर्स में लिख के, नेवल म्यूटिनी February 1946. नेवल म्यूटिनी February 1946, राइट. सो एक तो जनता सड़कों पे आ रही है, प्लस नेवल म्यूटिनी इज टेकिंग प्लेस, राइट. अब इसका फर्स्ट पॉइंट लिखना है हमें, ग्रीवेंसेस या रीजंस. One reason was related to their service conditions. You will feel very similar to 1857 revolt. Racial discrimination was there. Salary was less as compared to the Britishers in the Navy. Promotion was relatively slow as compared to the Britishers in the Navy. Point number one. Second, whenever war is fought, any military over recruits. And once the war is over, then it lays off the people. So there was also a fear of loss of job after the war. So these are personal, selfish reasons. What are the bigger reasons? Bigger reason was they were inspired by INA, right? And they were inspired by INA agitations. For example, they are writing "Quit India" on the ships, right? They are carrying photos of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. After mutinying, they are carrying photos of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, flags of INC plus Muslim League also, and they are traveling in lorries all across Bombay, right? Some of pro Netaji or fans of Netaji, they say that this was continuation of INA. They say that this was continuation of INA. कि INA वहां आ गई पर कोई नहीं, अब इंडिया में स्टार्ट हो जाएगी. This kind of scenario it is there, but it is called mutiny, right? उस प्रकार से separate नाम दिया गया है naval mutiny, right? So these people they mutinied. After that, Navy in Karachi and Air Force also in Karachi, they also went on sympathetic strikes. They also mutinied, right? अब बॉम्बे में इन लोगों ने they started moving around in Bombay. Communist Party of India gave a call to the workers of Bombay that support the Navy men. So therefore, workers now they did Chakka Jam. Bombay workers they brought Bombay to a halt. This kind of scenario, right? Britishers obviously they will send army to suppress. ऐसा. But at the same time, INC and Muslim League they did not want any kind of movement right now. Why? Now is the time for truce. Now is the time for negotiation. Now is the time for getting mal. Now is the time for getting power. Right? So now is the time for negotiation. Cabinet mission has come. So now we are talking. Right now, let us quiet down. Take this kind. So Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, they talked to the naval ratings. Right? अब यह है कि नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस तो है नहीं. If Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose hote, so therefore in the meeting Muslims would have also been there, Hindus would have also been there. But Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose to hai nahi. So now what happened? When Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel went, then on their own, only the Hindus, they attended his meeting. And when Jinnah went, the Muslims, they attended his meeting. So yes, Hindu-Muslim unity was there among the naval ratings, but in a way, मतलब क्या reason होगा इसका? भाई, the binding icon तो कोई और था ना? ठीक है, तो अभी तो फिर if Muslim League is there, then तो फिर communal politics. So this kind of scenario, they convinced them to lay down their arms, right? They laid down their arms, and then cabinet mission वाली चीजें continued. But a very sad reality which is never mentioned in the books, but which are mentioned if you search. Indian Express articles are there, the Hindu articles are there. These naval ratings were not recruited back into the military. They were not even given pensions. कोई पेंशन वेंशन नहीं, even after getting independence obviously, right? Why? The principle that is said is that army should never have any mutiny. Army should not have any brain. Political brain should not be there. Political brain should not be there in the army, right? So but ऐसा सोचना मतलब सबका अलग अलग व्यू हो सकता है, but the point is people are not foolish. So why they are revolting? They are revolting for India. They are not revolting to establish their own rule in India or anything like this. But ठीक है, जैसे कहते हैं ना, extra protection, extra cautious, right? That we are not going to have any such element in the military who opposed or who mutinied. Even if he mutinied against the, तो आप imagine कर लो, if such a attitude is there towards naval ratings, तो INA men के towards भी ऐसा कोई attitude तो होने नहीं वाला है ना pro, because उन्होंने तो और बड़ी mutiny करी थी, they did even a bigger mutiny. So INA men obviously they are given freedom fighter pension, they were given freedom fighter pension, but otherwise ये naval ratings को तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला उस प्रकार से, ठीक है? तो that is a sad reality. हाँ ऑब्वियसली, बट इट इज नॉट अबाउट पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स ना. Naval mutiny was not for party politics. Naval mutiny was for Indian politics. And there are many examples in the world where the armed struggle has taken place. दे दी हमें आजादी बिना खड़ग बिना ढाल, साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल. अब तुम तो ये वाला गाना गा रहे हो, ठीक है, तुम तो ये वाला तीजन में तो क्या हो गया भाई, हम तो तारीफ कर रहे हैं गांधी जी की. दे दी हमें आजादी बिना खड़ग बिना ढाल, साबरमती के संत ने कर दिया कमाल. अब तो ये वाली बात है. देयर आर मेनी एग्जांपल्स इन दी वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री. इनफैक्ट एवरीवेयर कहीं पे भी कोई नॉन वायलेंट फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल हुआ है नहीं. सीधी सी बात है. हाँ तो हम तो तारीफ ही कर रहे हैं, कहीं पे भी नॉन वायलेंट फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल नहीं हुआ है. ठीक है. एंड इफ यू वांट टू कंपेयर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, सो कंपेयर हिम विद सुकार्नो. जब भी वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री आप पढ़ोगे या कुछ भी आप पढ़ो, सो उसमें एक पैरेलल मिलता है. अरे वो वाली बात नहीं है. पॉइंट बेसिकली ये है, जैसे इंडोनेशिया में आप खुद रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, इंडोनेशिया वाज आल्सो सपोर्टेड. जैसे इन इंडिया देयर वाज व्हाट यू कॉल एज ब्रिटिश, सिमिलरली इन इंडोनेशिया देयर वर डच, राइट. एंड लाइक इन इंडिया देयर वाज नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, सिमिलरली इन इंडोनेशिया देयर वाज सुकार्नो. डिफरेंस वाज सुकार्नो वाज इन इंडोनेशिया बट नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस वाज आउटसाइड इंडिया, राइट. एंड अल्टीमेटली दे वर एबल टू ओवरथ्रो द डच. दे वर एबल टू ओवरथ्रो द डच. वहां पे तो रिवोल्ट तो हुआ ही था. ठीक है. तो एनीवेज उस प्रकार से सबके अपने भी खैर व्यूज हो सकते हैं. बट जैसे इजिप्ट का देख लो, आपके दिल्ली में स्ट्रीट का नाम है कर्नल गैमल अब्दुल नाजिर रोड, राइट. तो ऐसा ही इज कंसिडर्ड अ ग्रेट नेशनलिस्ट. ही इज कंसिडर्ड एज अ ग्रेट नेशनलिस्ट. अब था तो मिलिट्री का उस प्रकार से. इन 1958 द मिलिट्री ऑफ इराक इट ओवरथ्रू द प्रो ब्रिटिश मोनार्की. प्रो ब्रिटिश मोनार्की, उसको तो आप सेलिब्रेट करते हो वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री में, वो है. एनीवेज, मतलब टू कंट्रोल द मिलिट्री दे कैन बी एन नंबर ऑफ मैकेनिज्म्स, राइट. दिस इज अ टेम्पररी फिनोमेनन. एनीवेज नेक्स्ट पॉइंट राइट डाउन. एक 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लेना, एक 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लेते हैं. एक 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लो, पर पहले ये लिख लेंगे, ठीक है. इसमें बस लिख लो रीजंस डैश फियर ऑफ लॉस ऑफ जॉब, fear of loss of job, fear of loss of jobs after war ended, fear of loss of jobs after war ended, after war ended. Next, had supported INA agitations, had supported INA agitations, had supported INA agitations by contributing money, by contributing money. Next, poor service conditions, poor service conditions and racial discrimination, poor service conditions and racial discrimination, and racial discrimination. ठीक. Next point, action is equal to, action is equal to, action is equal to revolted, revolted and raised, revolted and raised tricolor flags, tricolor flags. महात्मा गांधी ने तो खैर वैसे ये भी कहा था कि ब्रिटिशर्स का जो यूनियन जैक है वो हमारे फ्लैग में होना चाहिए. revolted and raised tricolor flags, revolted and raised, well as a symbol of India Britain partnership, मतलब friendship. Revolted and raised tricolor flags, tricolor flags, comma flags of INC and ML, comma flags of INC and ML, comma flags of INC and ML on ships, on ships. Plus wrote quit India, wrote quit India on ships, wrote quit India on ships. Example, HMIS तलवार, wrote quit India on ships. एक शिप का नाम था HMIS तलवार, TALWAR. हर मैजेस्टीज समथिंग करके HMIS स्पेस तलवार, नेम ऑफ द शिप. plus went around Bombay in trucks. Went around Bombay in trucks. Went around Bombay in trucks. With pictures of Netaji Bose. Went around Bombay in trucks. With pictures of Netaji Bose. ये अलग बात है कि picture of Netaji Bose was not there in Parliament until 2002 or 2004. Next, मतलब plus got support of communists, got support of communists, got support of communists, got support of communists, and now Bombay workers, and now Bombay workers went on strike in Bombay, went on strike. Now Bombay workers went on strike. Bombay workers went on strike. Next, were advised by Aruna Asaf Ali. Were advised by Aruna Asaf Ali. Were advised by Aruna Asaf Ali. Who coordinated movements? Who coordinated their movement? Who coordinated their movement? Despite opposition by MG. Despite opposition by MG. Next, naval ratings in Karachi. Naval ratings in Karachi. And Air Force men. And Air Force men went on sympathy strikes. Went on sympathy strikes. Went on sympathy strikes. Or they are also saying we will not work. Right? Yes, sir. Next, mutiny ended due to lack of support. Mutiny ended due to lack of support of INC and ML. Mutiny ended due to lack of support of INC and ML and British repression. And British repression. Full stop. Jinnah and Patel calmed down ratings. CALMED. Jinnah and Patel calmed down ratings by holding meetings. Calmed down ratings by holding meetings. Next point. Overall impact. Overall impact. Overall impact. Overall impact तो ये है, अंग्रेजों को ये पता चल गया, the Britishers they realized that if cabinet mission 1946 fails, then a future movement will overthrow them violently. They were very thankful to INC and ML that they did not support the naval ratings. If tomorrow INC and ML also gives a call to the people, quit India, so plus part of the military will support these people, there will be violent overthrow. Right? So therefore they realized कि अब निकलना बहुत जरूरी है. Right? So write down. After QIM 1942-45, after QIM 1942-45, comma INA, INA agitations, and naval mutiny, British realized that if cabinet mission fails, then next movement then next movement will overthrow them. Next movement will overthrow them violently. Next movement will overthrow them violently. As they no more had, as they no more had, as they no more had confidence, as they no more had confidence on Indian armed forces, as they no more had confidence on Indian armed forces. Right? Next independent heading, 1945 elections. 1945 elections. And we'll go on a break of 7 minutes. ठीक है, अभी 7 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लेते हैं, ठीक है ना? 10 कर दें, चलो 10 कर देंगे. क्लास यार चलेगी, चलेगी. आज जो सिलेबस कंप्लीट करना है हमें. जो थक जाएं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आप जा सकते हैं. वीडियो बाद में देख लेना, ठीक है, पर आप पूरा तो करना है. कुछ नहीं है, बस इसमें पार्टीशन तक बस पहुंचना है, ठीक है ना? आइडियस अभी 8:30 वाला गोल है, 8:30, 8:40 तक का गोल है. So when the 1945 elections took place, the Muslim League did very, very well. But in NWFP and Assam, INC did well. Because in NWFP, why INC will do well? Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, Frontier Gandhi. He was anti-Muslim League. He was active in the civil disobedience movement also. Right? So he had a good following. And there the NWFP. And Assam में only Sylhet district, it is having Muslims. But otherwise, तो वैसा है. तो ऐसा तो लिखिए 1945 elections. 1945 elections. 1945 elections. First point, INC got majority everywhere. INC got majority everywhere. So they benefited from the INA agitation. So, no? INC got majority everywhere except Punjab, Sindh, Bengal. INC got majority everywhere except Punjab, Sindh, Bengal. Except Punjab, Sindh, Bengal. Plus INC formed coalition government. Plus INC formed coalition government in Punjab. INC formed coalition government in Punjab with Akalis and Unionists. With Akalis and Unionists. After the Akali movement, 3 wings had Kirti Kisan Party, Unionist Party, Akali Dal. With Akalis and Unionists. They are the Sikh parties. Next, ML did very well. ML did very well in Muslim seats. ML did very well in Muslim seats. And got majority. And got majority in Sindh and Bengal. And got majority in Sindh and Bengal. And got majority in Sindh and Bengal. In Sindh and Bengal. Brahim Stala लिखिए, notice INC in power. Notice INC in power. Notice INC in power in NWFP and Assam. Brackets close. Notice INC in power in NWFP and Assam. ये चीज बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाली बात में. नाउ नोट डाउन कैबिनेट मिशन प्लान. कैबिनेट मिशन प्लान 1946. कैबिनेट मिशन प्लान 1946. This is the cabinet mission plan. This is nothing but one state, two nation theory. They propose that there will be a single India, a united India. Why? Anyways, उसमें आएंगे. They propose a single united India, right? That will be having princely states. They propose a single united India. That will be, मैंने पूछा था वैसे, ठीक है? But वो कह रहे थे कि your population is very high, so therefore either getting cold drinks or samosas etc. will become very very tough. ठीक है? But I had pondered upon this idea. ठीक है? तो anyways, so they say that there will be a single India having 565 princely states, and these 565 princely states with respect to this thing, ठीक है, मतलब करेंगे डिस्कस. 565 princely states, they will be having all the powers except for what you call as defense, communication, foreign affairs, वैसा. British India, it will be divided like this. Groups will be made or sections will be made. Section A is Hindu majority provinces. Section B is Muslim majority provinces of the West, and Section C is Muslim majority provinces of the East. ये नीचे हो गए provinces आपके. ठीक? The idea is overall the union government will be very very weak. It will be very very weak. It will be having only 3 subjects. And 3 subjects of defense, foreign affairs, and communication. Communication माने for example railways or something like this, है ना? Communication, telegraph communication, etc. etc. Right? ऐसा. Only 3 subjects. Rest all the powers are going to be in this case with each princely state, and in this case with each group. Right? So what will happen? There will be constitution number 1. There will be a constitution of India. ठीक? Here there can be 565 constitutions if they want. If they don't want a constitution, their mercy. ठीक? Here there will be this constitution को C लिख दे, so therefore यहाँ पे भी constitution रहेगा, group constitution. यहाँ पे रहेगा group constitution. Group constitution, right? So माने कि group constitution A, B, C. 3 constitutions will be here, right? 3 constitutions will be here. With respect to the, पहले सुन लीजिए फिर लिख लेना. With respect to the 3 subjects, the constitution that anyone would refer to would be the Constitution of India. Who will make laws on these 3 subjects? The Union Legislature. Who will be the minister in these 3 subjects? The Union Ministers. Right? But in all other subjects, for example, Group B will frame a constitution. This constitution will be for all other subjects. Right? एक line लिखी होगी that for defense, communication, foreign affairs, nothing shall be done in contravention to the Union Constitution. But otherwise, everything in the constitution regarding rest of the subjects will be in this Group B constitution. There will be this Group A constitution. There will be Group C constitution. What will happen? Now this constitution is framed. Now, whenever any law is made by a province, it has to be ensured by that province that my law is not against my group's constitution. And my law is not against Union Constitution. When any province here makes a law, it would need to ensure that my law is in line with Group A constitution. My law is in line with Group B constitution. ठीक? Imagine. Group B constitution says, there shall be a Qaid-e-Azam having 70 subjects. समझ रहे हो क्या कहना चाह रहा हूं मैं? यहां पे देखिए 3 सब्जेक्ट्स हो गए टोटल. ऐसे अज्यूम कर लेते हैं कि 100 सब्जेक्ट्स हैं फॉर द सेक ऑफ सिंप्लिसिटी. 3 सब्जेक्ट्स दे आर हैंडल्ड बाय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया. ठीक? And these constitution they will handle rest of the 97 subjects. What if these 97 subjects they are also divided like this? Let's say they may say that there will be a center, right, whereby this kind of division can be there, that there is a mini center. There will be a mini center. अबे यार मतलब बेसिकली चलो ऐसा कर लेते हैं, this particular constitution may say that let there be a deputy prime minister. This constitution will say let there be a deputy prime minister 2. इसको 1 बोल देते हैं, इसको 2 बोल देते हैं. This may say that let there be a deputy prime minister 3. And let there be chief ministers below. Let there be chief ministers below. That means further division of subjects. Overall 97 subjects hai. The prime minister will handle, let's say, 60 subjects. ऐसा बोल देते हैं. They will be handled by the prime minister. And balance कितने बच गए? 37 subjects. 37 subjects they will be handled by chief minister. Total कितने subjects हैं? 97. As a result, what will happen? The dream of Mohammad Ali Jinnah to be Prime Minister of Pakistan, it is possible because let's say Group C Constitution of the Muslim majority provinces says that hereby we propose that there shall be a Qaid-e-Azam who may also be Qaid-e-Azam of Group B if Group B agrees. Group B Constitution says here we propose that there shall be a Qaid-e-Azam of Group B who may also be Qaid-e-Azam of Group C if Group C agrees. See? And therefore Jinnah can become the Prime Minister of these areas and Nehru can become Prime Minister of these areas. Below them there will be Chief Ministers. This particular proposal is nothing. ठीक है, अब इसको बना लो आप. मतलब ये सोचने के हिसाब से है. जो चीजें मैंने आपको बोली है ना कि इसका रैशनल मैं बता रहा हूं. जो ऑफिशियली लिखना है वो तो मैं आपको लिखवाऊंगा ही, बट इसका रैशनल क्या है? ब्रिटिशर्स दे न्यू दैट जिन्ना नहीं मानने वाला, सो देयरफॉर कुछ कुछ ऐसा कर देते हैं, 1 स्टेट बट 2 नेशंस. 1 नेशन हिंदू नेशन, मुस्लिम नेशन. वो अभी डिसाइड नहीं हुआ है. हाउ मेनी मिनिस्टर्स विल बी देयर एट द सेंटर लेवल फ्रॉम विच पर्टिकुलर प्रोविंस, वो अभी डिसाइड नहीं हुआ है. It will be on the basis of population. High chances that the union government will be dominated by on the basis of indirect election hoga. So Hindus will dominate in that sense. तो क्वेश्चन क्या है? हाँ जल्दी बताओ ना, टाइम थोड़ा सा कम है. हाँ सिंपल सी बात है, लॉ कभी भी बनता है, whenever any law is made, it is made on a subject. ठीक, like today also whenever a law is made, state legislative assembly makes the laws on the state subjects, right? So that law should not have any such provision which is in contravention of the constitution, that is group's constitution, and naturally also should not be in contravention of the, ऐसा ना हो उस कानून में that is interfering with defense, communication, foreign affairs, something like this. अगर education है आपके पास तो you'll make laws on education. तो in contravention of respective group constitution नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक, और चीज आपको समझ में आ जाएगी. ये स्ट्रक्चर कुछ नहीं है. दिस स्ट्रक्चर इज व्हाट? ऑल ऑफ यू अंडरस्टैंड यूरोपियन यूनियन? नहीं. देयर इज अ यूरोपियन यूनियन. This European Union has a parliament, this European Union has an executive, this European Union has a judiciary also. Within the European Union, there are countries, like Germany is there, like France is there, like Spain is there, and so on and so forth. Within Spain, there are provinces. Within France, there are provinces. Within Germany, there are provinces. There are chief ministers here. there is Prime Minister or President here, and then there is a President of European Commission also, right? There is a President here also. This is what they are trying to create. Obviously, European Union is relatively weak. The center is very weak. This is a weak center. All powers, as far as possible, they are with the Spain, France, Germany. They also have their own constitution. There is a constitution here also. There is a constitution here also. The provinces of Germany, they have to ensure that their laws are not in contravention with the German constitution, right? And also not in contravention of the European Union constitution. Same thing. Just that instead of Germany and France and Spain, you think that these are Muslim majority provinces of the West, these are Muslim majority provinces of the East, and these are Hindu majority provinces, right? So therefore, are not there multiple constitutions? So there can be multiple constitutions, right? All of these people may have decided that on 3 subjects of defense, communication, foreign affairs, and also some economic cooperation, European Union will decide. But rest of the subjects, Germany, France, Spain, they can decide as per their constitution, and their provinces should respect their respective country's constitution, right? Germans, they feel that they are different nation. They are nation one. They are a nation. Spain, it is also a nation, right? If we think of European Union, ऐसे अगर हम सोचें hypothetically, sovereignty wise तो अभी Germany की sovereignty is with Germany only, but just in case हम ऐसा imagine कर लें that let's say these people decide that sovereignty will also they will be there with European Union. So in that case, can we not say that this is one state but multiple nations? Right? This is like grouping. So this is the structure. So you can think about European Union whenever any doubt comes in the mind with respect to this thing. This, right? Aisa. Okay, when you are thinking about British India. So this is the structure that they propose. Right? Why did they propose this United India? Because Britishers, when they realized that they have to leave India, they decided that we are going to have a friendly and united India. Why? Because we want to have influence even after we leave in South Asia. Right? And you would always want your friend to be strong. That's why they did not want division of India in the cabinet mission plan. However, what does this tells us? That they were not serious about leaving India when they were talking about Cripps Mission 1942, when they were talking about August Offer 1940. They only wanted Indians to fight with each other, Muslim League versus INC, by giving veto in one form or another, or by creating to Muslim League, or by creating a fear that India may not be a united India. They will be right to each province to be this, that, etc. ऐसा कह रहे हैं वो? In the August Offer, they are saying veto to Muslim League with respect to framing of constitution. And in Cripps Mission, they are saying that once the constitution is framed, after that, if any princely state or any province is not in favor, then they can be separate. Right? वो कहानी तब तक थी जब तक उन्हें एहसास नहीं था, जब तक आईएनए नहीं बना था. Right? And जब तक नेवल म्यूटिनी नहीं हुई थी. ठीक है? Once they realized that they would have to leave India, then they wanted a friendly India, and friend should be strong, therefore a united India. Now their talks are changing. Now they are saying no veto to minority over majority. This kind of scenario. However, they did not want a civil war in India. Therefore, they told INC, we are not giving veto to Muslim League. All of their things will not be agreed to. उनकी हर एक बात नहीं मानी जाएगी. ऐसा नहीं होगा. If they say no, it is a no. Fine. No veto to Muslim League. But because we do not want any civil war in India, therefore please arrive at a constitution with compromise. Please come to a compromise. That is no constitution without compromise between INC and ML. आप ये भी सोच सकते हैं that they gave veto to both INC as well as ML. Right? ऐसा भी आप कह सकते हैं. मतलब एक compromise जरूर होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं that we leave and after that there is a civil war in India, some kind of communal rights etc etc. बहुत ज़्यादा उस प्रकार से. Right? So ऐसा है. ठीक तो anyways. Write down. Proposed a united India. First point. Proposed a united India. Proposed a united India. That is having British India and 565 PS. That is having British India and 565 PS. British India and 565 PS. Next point, only proposal where Purn Swaraj, only proposal where Purn Swaraj was offered, only proposal where Purn Swaraj was offered, and British wanted a united India, and British wanted a united India. Next point, at least, ATLEE, at least, anti-partition statement, at least, anti-partition statement, at least, anti-partition statement, March 1946, March 1946, dash, minority won't be allowed, minority won't be allowed, veto over majority, minority won't be allowed, veto over majority. Next point, proposals dash, proposals dash, proposals dash. First point, no to CAs, no to CAs, and no veto to ML, no to constituent assemblies, and no veto to ML, no veto to ML. But Britain won't accept, but Britain won't accept a constitution, Britain won't accept a constitution not based on, Britain won't accept a constitution not based on INC ML compromise. Britain won't accept a constitution not based on INC ML compromise. INC ML compromise. Next, yeah, full stop. Reason is equal to British realized independence inevitable. British realized independence inevitable. Independence inevitable. Independence inevitable. In brackets ताला के also weakened by two world wars, also weakened by two world wars and Great Depression, also weakened by two world wars and Great Depression, GD 1929, Great Depression in 3 decades, 1914-45, 1914-1914-45, brackets close. So very 3 big negative economic events are taking place, and the Britishers, they do not have the economic capacity to deal with any 1857 like mutiny. Plus INA etc. वो हम already लिख चुके हैं. Therefore wanted friendly united India. Therefore wanted friendly, strong. Therefore wanted friendly, strong, and therefore united India. Wanted friendly, strong, and therefore united India. Plus a diplomatic failure. Plus a diplomatic failure if partition. Plus a diplomatic failure if partition. Plus a diplomatic failure if partition. Next point. Goal of CM 1946. Goal of Cabinet Mission 1946. Goal of CM 1946 was, गोल ऑफ CM 1946 was, 2 गोल थे इनके. क्या है? Was peaceful transfer of power, peaceful TOP, peaceful transfer of power, peaceful transfer of power, in brackets डाला के. What do you mean by this? फालतू की अंग्रेजी कुछ नहीं. It is simply government at center to Indians. That is peaceful transfer of power. ठीक. अब transfer of power will take place to two kind of Indians or one kind of Indian, वो देखा जाएगा. That is to two centers or one center, वो देखा जाएगा. Right now they want to transfer power to one center. Right? That is the United India. Plus setting up, plus setting up, plus setting up a CA for independent India, plus setting up a CA for independent India. माने कि that will draft a constitution which will say that we are an independent India, right? So transfer of power, it can happen right away. Constituent Assembly can be set up right away. Then we will leave. Constituent Assembly will draft the constitution. Till it drafts the constitution, we may be present in one form, some little form, but we have already given everything to you, right? And once the constitution is drafted, after that you can, right? Next point. CM 1946, CM Plan 1946, CM Plan 1946 provided a one state solution, regarding issue of partition, one state solution regarding issue of partition. Next, a weak common center having three subjects of defense, foreign affairs, communications. A weak common center having three subjects of defense, foreign affairs, communications. Next, provincial autonomy over all other subjects. Provincial autonomy over all other subjects. And residual powers with provinces. And residual powers with provinces. Right, Mr. Allah, okay? Confederation. Books में word नहीं लिखा हुआ, but see, this is a confederation that they are providing. A unitary structure is where the center is strong, provinces are weak. Federal structure is where the center and states both are equally strong. And confederation is there where center is weak and states have all the powers. So therefore they wanted to create a confederation, but yes, of a united India. अगर आप conceptually अगर देखते हैं तो, if you look at it conceptually. Right. Next point. Provinces to be divided. Always remember, whenever we use the word province, it is for British India. State is a word which is used for princely states. So provinces to be divided into three sections. Dash. First point, section A is equal to Hindu majority provinces. Section A is equal to Hindu majority provinces. Next, section B is equal to MMPs of West. Section B is equal to Muslim majority provinces of West. Next, section C is equal to MMPs of East. Section C is equal to MMPs of East. Next point. अच्छा यूजुअली ना ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल होता है वैसे, बुक्स दे यूज दिस वर्ड, टू वर्ड्स, सेक्शन ग्रुप, ठीक है, तो आप ऐसा समझ लीजिए ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल है ना, तो पीपल वाला ग्रुप है, तो ठीक है, मतलब समझ में आ जाएगा आपको. दिस साइड ईच सेक्शन वुड फ्रेम, ईच सेक्शन वुड फ्रेम, कुछ भी समझ लो, मतलब वर्ड्स ऐसे यूज हो रहे हैं, इंटरचेंजेबल भी कह सकते हो. ईच सेक्शन वुड फ्रेम इट्स ग्रुप्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ईच सेक्शन वुड फ्रेम इट्स ग्रुप्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. Its group's constitution. That is section, that is section A will frame, section A will frame group A constitution, section A will frame group A constitution, comma section B dash group B constitution, group B constitution, and section C dash group C constitution, section C dash group C constitution. Next, union constitution on 3 subjects, union constitution on 3 subjects. To be framed by CA, to be framed by CA, having, to be framed by CA having nominated representatives, having nominees of princes, having nominees of princes, and members from PLAs, and members from PLAs, and members from PLAs, and members from PLAs. Imagine in your mind that you are visiting Parliament of India. Imagine that Parliament of India is a constituent assembly, right? Imagine that you open the doors, right? So you have entered the constituent assembly, but there you see that people are sitting like you are sitting here in the class, right? You guys have a row in between. You guys have a row in between that, right? So therefore ऐसा कुछ आप घुसेंगे when you enter the constituent assembly. So some people are sitting there, right? They are what? They are members from group A or section A, right? Then these are the members of group B. Those are the members of group C. And online students 565 princely states, unke representatives, unke nominees, right? That means because you are a united India, so when the constitution will be framed for 3 subjects, right? So all of these are stakeholders, right? So therefore all of these, this is like your constituent assembly. They will sit together when they frame constitution on these 3 subjects, like France, Germany, Spain, right? Their representatives will sit together when they would have framed the EU's constitution on limited subjects, right? But when Germans, they change their constitution, do you think they will be inviting France? No. So therefore whenever group B constitution will be framed, they will go to a separate room, right? The group B members, PLAs से जो आए हुए हैं, group B members from the provincial level assemblies, right, who have now joined the constituent assembly, they will sit separately in room number B and they'll frame their group constitution. When this constitution is to be framed, that is group A constitution, then members of the PLAs from group A or section A provinces will go and sit in room number A and frame their group constitution. And similarly for group C, they will sit together where the common interests are there, that is union constitution. They will sit separately when they are looking at their group A constitution, group B constitution, group C constitution, right? So ब्रैकेट मिसाल आगे write down, समझ के अगर आप देखें, so what is the constituent assembly? CA is equal to group A plus group B plus group C plus nominees of 565 PS. CA is equal to group A plus group B plus group C plus nominees of 565 PS. Brackets close. So this is your constituent assembly. ठीक. Next point. After general elections, a province may come out of a group. After general elections, a province may come out of a group. May come out of a group. So what are general elections? General elections, usually they are the ones who are held, which are held once the constitution is framed. And then when elections take place as per the constitution, interim government or temporary government will go and a permanent government will be established on the basis of voting by the people. That is general elections. So bracket में star can write down. Usually general elections after framing of constitution. Usually general elections after framing of constitution. Brackets closed. Again brackets open star लगा के. So what is the meaning of after general election a province may come out of a group? As soon as you come out of a group, then that particular group's constitution is not binding on you. So that is the meaning. If you are part of the group, if you are a province of Germany, if you declare independent, if you come out of Germany, that German constitution will not be applicable on you. Similarly, for example, if you are part of, let's say you are NWFP, you have Congress in power, right? So after general elections, Congress MLAs, they may decide that we are no more part of Group B. So Group B constitution, maybe the Group B constitution said that in the domain of religion, Islam will be followed. That official language in these provinces will be Urdu. ऐसा हो सकता है, right? So maybe NWFP is not happy with these things and it can say, I am coming out of the group, right? And therefore this constitution will no more be applicable to it, right? It may join Group A. Next point, write down. So bracket में स्टार लगा के, therefore group constitution won't be binding. Therefore group constitution won't be binding on a province which comes out of a group. Therefore group constitution won't be binding on a province which comes out of a group. Brackets closed. Next, future changes to group constitutions and union constitution. Future changes to group constitutions and union constitution only after 10 years. Future changes to union constitution and group constitutions only after 10 years. Only after 10 years. तो ये तो simple है. Next, immediate TOP, immediate transfer of power. Immediate transfer of power to interim government at center. Immediate transfer of power to interim government at center. ठीक. Next, full independence once constitution drafted. Full independence once constitution drafted. Next, CA to be constituted. CA to be constituted. CA to be constituted via indirect elections in British India. CA to be constituted via indirect elections in British India. That means elections will take place in the provinces, then the MLAs will decide who from among us will represent us in the Constituent Assembly. Plus nominees of princes. Plus nominees of princes. Plus nominees of princes. Next point, debates. At the rate CMP 1946. Debates at the rate CMP 1946. right? So Muslim League wanted that your grouping should be compulsory. In NWFP, there is government of Congress, and Jawaharlal Nehru was saying that grouping is not compulsory. NWFP will not be joining Group B. NWFP will not be joining Group B. Mohammad Ali Jinnah said, ये तो goal of Pakistan defeat हो गया फिर, है ना? So Mohammad Ali Jinnah said that grouping should be compulsory. Why? Because if NWFP is not part of Group B, then Group B constitution, which might be saying that Islam, right, or official language and other kind of benefits, etc., right, to only the Muslims, not to the Hindus, this kind of, let's say, just kind of, this constitution will not apply. Mohammad Ali Jinnah will not be able to become Qaid-e-Azam over NWFP, right? So he said that NWFP is a Muslim majority province, grouping is compulsory. Jawaharlal Nehru said grouping is not compulsory, right? So therefore this became a conflict. Jinnah said if grouping is compulsory then I accept, otherwise I reject. Later Jawaharlal Nehru declared NWP and Assam will not be joining Group B and Group C respectively. Mohammad Ali Jinnah said ठीक है, I will not join Constituent Assembly. Muslim League MLAs, you are not going to send members to Constituent Assembly. I will not join the interim government also, right? And I will give the call for direct action for creation of Pakistan. That means now you come to the streets, will create, लेके रहेंगे पाकिस्तान, ऐसा, ठीक है? Communal rights, this kind of scenario, ठीक? तो इस तरीके से चीज चल रही है. Interim government बन गई under Jawaharlal Nehru. Under Jawaharlal Nehru. Initially, Muslim League did not join, but then Muslim League realized that government has police. दिमाग थोड़ा कम था, ठीक? Muslim guys, government has police, finances everything. So they said, ये तो गड़बड़ हो गई. Then they said, नहीं, we will join the government, but not Constituent Assembly. And इनका दिमाग भी कौन सा ज्यादा है? They gave finance ministry to Muslim League. And when they gave finance ministry to Muslim League, so any expenditure that happens, even if a single rupee is to be spent by any department, any ministry, it has to be with the approval of finance ministry. They did not pass any expenditure. They did not allow any expenditure to take place. Therefore, government is dabba goal. Interim government is failing to work. ठीक ऐसा. Britishers, they became frustrated and they declare, right? एटली की अकल 2 सेकंड में दिमाग में ठिकाने ले आई ये मुस्लिम लीग क्या कह रहा है, मतलब एटली व्हाट ही सेइंग, मार्च 1946 में नो वीटो टू माइनॉरिटी और मेजॉरिटी, है ना? जब बोए क्या था वो, जब बोए पेड़ बबूल का तो आम कहां से होए, है? यू हैव अपीज द मुस्लिम लीग, है ना? अभी आप कह रहे हो नो वीटो टू माइनॉरिटी. February 1947, जैसे ही चाहे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बने चाहे ना बने, वी आर गोइंग टू लीव इंडिया, राइट? दिस काइंड ऑफ सिनेरियो, ठीक है? तो एनीवेज इसको लिख लेते हैं. सो राइट नाउ एमएल वांटेड, कुछ चीजें छोटे वाली लिख लेते हैं. एमएल वांटेड राइट टू क्वेश्चन, एमएल वांटेड राइट टू क्वेश्चन यूनियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इमीडिएटली. सोचो क्यों? एमएल वांटेड right to question union constitution immediately, because in the union constitution what will be written? There shall be a union of India. आप अपना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़िए, उसमें लिखा है ना there shall be a union of India, माने कि उसमें ये नहीं लिखा there will be a Pakistan. They want to question that line right away because they want separate independent Pakistan. So they want to question the constitution, right? They wanted to question the constitution, meaning they wanted to question the territorial integrity of India right away. Why wait for 10 years? Instead of that 10 years. Bracket में स्टार आगे लिखिए, because COI will say United India. That is why they wanted to question the constitution right away. Because Constitution of India, हाँ जी, क्लास लाइव नहीं चल रही. भाई ये तो विजन वाले देखेंगे, मैं तो अपना काम कर रहा हूँ यार, क्लास लाइव नहीं चल रही तो फिर रिकॉर्डेड मिल ही जाएगी ऑब्वियसली। रिकॉर्डिंग तो चल रही है ना भाई, चल रही है क्लास लाइव, ऐसा नहीं है। क्लास लाइव आप मुझे देख लो ना, आप लाइव क्यों देख रहे हो, मतलब आप ऑनलाइन क्यों देख रहे हो, आप ऑफलाइन देख लो। तो एनीवेज, बिकॉज सीओआई विल से यूनाइटेड इंडिया, है ना, सीओआई विल से यूनाइटेड इंडिया, दैट्स व्हाई। नेक्स्ट, INC argued that grouping not compulsory. INC argued that grouping not compulsory. Grouping not compulsory. Plus elected representatives from 565 PS, elected representatives from 565 PS instead of elected representatives from 565 PS instead of nominees. Next, ML argued that grouping is compulsory. Grouping is compulsory. And therefore partition is implicit. ये लाइन आप तभी समझ सकते हैं जब आपको पता हो कि नेशन इज पीपल, स्टेट इज डिफरेंट. By making groups of Hindus and Muslims, right, but keeping the state at one. What he's saying, look at that sentence again. Grouping is compulsory and therefore partition is implicit. Why? Because nation तो partition हो ही गया ना, by the cabinet mission plan. Hindus और Muslims को divide कर दिया. Life of Hindus and Muslims will be different. Except for defense, communication and foreign affairs, in 97 of the subjects, life of people of group B will be as per group B constitution. That is, life of Muslims in group B will be as per their separate constitution. Life of group A people will be as per separate. तो देश को तो, लोगों को तो divide कर दिया ना आपने. You have divided the people. Right? This is what he is saying. That grouping is compulsory, therefore partition is implicit. Implicit. And if this is correct, then ML accepts CMP 1946. If this is correct, then ML accepts CMP 1946, else rejects it. Next, INC decided that NWFP and Assam won't join group B, C. INC decided that NWFP देखो लेफ्ट में क्या है, ग्रुप बी, असम राइट में ग्रुप सी, A B C ऐसा है, ठीक है. तो ट्राइंगल सोच सकते हो, A हिंदू मेजोरिटी तो ऊपर रख देते हैं, चलो A B C, it's a triangle, right? INC decided that NWFP and Assam won't join group B, C, and therefore ML did not join CA, Constituent Assembly. Therefore ML did not join CA, plus did not join interim government at center. Interim, it means temporary. INTERIM. Did not join interim government at center. Formed under Nehru. Full stop. Later joined interim government due to fear of power with INC. Later joined interim government due to fear of power with INC. Full stop. Got finance ministry. Full stop. Got finance ministry. Therefore did not allow government to function. Got finance ministry. Therefore didn't allow government to function. Didn't allow government to function. Plus ML gave call for direct action. ML gave call for direct action. On 16th August 1946. On 16th August 1946. For creation of Pakistan. On 16th August 1946 for creation of Pakistan. Leading to communal riots. Leading to communal riots. Example, 5,000 killed in a week. Example, 5,000 killed in a week in Calcutta. Example, 5,000 killed in a week in Calcutta. ठीक, सो देखो ये सब चीजें ऐसी हो रही, यही क्रोनोलॉजी है. ठीक, अब एटली औकात पे एटली स्टेटमेंट February 1946 1947 एटली स्टेटमेंट February 1947. First point, a pro-balkanization statement. A pro-balkanization statement. A pro-balkanization statement. A pro-balkanization statement. Balkanization माने टुकड़े टुकड़े. Small parts. Balkanization statement. In brackets डाला के like Crips 1942. Like Crips, जैसे Crips ने कहा था that each province and princely state it can be independent dominion within Britain. Same kind of situation he is saying. क्या है statement? Next point, next sub point of Attlee statement. By June 30th, 1948. By June 30th, 1948. British will leave India. By June 30th of June 1948, British will leave India, even if no constitution. Even if no constitution. Even if no constitution. In brackets, that is in 1 year. In brackets, that is in 1 year. Brackets closed. Therefore wanted to force ML and INC. Therefore wanted to force ML and INC into compromise. Therefore wanted to force ML and INC into compromise. Using fear of anarchy. Using fear of anarchy. Using fear of anarchy. Next sub point of ये statement का ही part है. 565 PS माने कि princely states. 565 PS not to be under. 565 PS not to be under any future GOI. GOI माने Government of India. 565 princely states not to be under any future GOI. Any future GOI. That is paramountcy won't be transferred. That is paramountcy won't be transferred to any GOI. Paramountcy won't be transferred to any GOI. Paramountcy won't be transferred to any GOI. In brackets डाला के that is 565 PS independent. That is 565 PS independent. Brackets closed. That is 565 PS independent. Next sub point. Partition of India, partition of India, partition of British India, partition of British India, partition of British India. ब्रिटिश वर्ड बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है. पार्टीशन ऑफ इंडिया नहीं, पार्टीशन ऑफ ब्रिटिश इंडिया. ब्रिटिश इंडिया वॉज पार्टीशन, इंडिया थोड़ी. समझ रहे हो, वो तो अलग है ना भाई. वो तो किसको ज्वाइन करते हैं वो देखा जाए. पार्टीशन तो यहां का हुआ है, बाकी लोगों को ये नहीं पता होगा दूसरे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट. सही बता रहा हूं मैं. पार्टीशन ऑफ ब्रिटिश इंडिया, as he stated that power, as he stated that power, as he stated that power will be transferred, as he stated that power will be transferred, as he stated that power will be transferred to an interim government at center, to an और to the लिख लो, to the interim government at center. एन से कंफ्यूजन हो रही है. टू दी इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट एट सेंटर, जो कि ऑलरेडी बनी हुई है अंडर नेहरू. टू दी इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट एट सेंटर एंड टू प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट्स एंड टू प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट्स एंड टू प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट्स एंड टू प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट्स ऑफ प्रोविंसेस which have not joined, of provinces which have not joined CA, of provinces which have not joined CA, of provinces which have not joined CA. NWFP तो करेगा ज्वाइन, बट बाकी दिक्कत है. और फॉर विच और की जगह दैट इज फॉर विच कर लो. दैट इज फॉर विच CA not representative. That is for which CA not representative. That is for which CA not representative. माने कि CA हमने ज्वाइन नहीं किया तो हमारा क्या लेना. इट इज नॉट रिप्रेजेंटिंग अस, ऐसा मुस्लिम लीग कहेगा. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, माउंट बैटन. माउंट बैटन, माउंट बैटन in brackets MTB. Mountbatten in brackets MTB स्टार लगा के will replace Wavell 4347, will replace Wavell 4347, will replace Wavell 4347. Next, now there was widespread violence. Now there was widespread violence. And coalition government in Punjab, and coalition government of INC in Punjab. Now there was widespread violence and coalition government of INC in Punjab overthrown. Coalition government of INC in Punjab overthrown. Right? एक बेकार सा प्लान है छोटा सा, प्लान बाल्कन by MTB. Plan Balkan by MTB. April 1947. माउंटबैटन का निकनेम था डिकी. / डिकी बर्ड प्लान. पता नहीं कोई घोंसला होगा, लिखो डिकी बर्ड प्लान. डिकी बर्ड प्लान क्या है? सिंपल प्लान है. बेसिकली कह रहे हैं गिव इंडिपेंडेंस टू, फर्स्ट पॉइंट, गिव इंडिपेंडेंस टू ईच प्रोविंस. गिव इंडिपेंडेंस टू ईच प्रोविंस. गिव इंडिपेंडेंस टू ईच प्रोविंस. Plus option to them to join CA or not. Option to them to join CA or not. Full stop. Nehru opposed. Therefore wasn't even discussed. Nehru opposed. Therefore wasn't even discussed. Next point, 3rd June plan. 3rd June plan slash MTB plan. 3rd June plan slash MTB plan 1947. 3rd June plan slash MTB plan 1947. MTB plan 1947. Slash partition. Slash partition. Slash partition. Slash partition. Write down. First point. MTB within 2 months realized. MTB within 2 months realized. MTB within 2 months realized that CMP 1946. CMP 1946. A dead horse. CMP 1946, a dead horse. A dead horse. Due to Jinnah. CMP 1946, मरा हुआ घोड़ा due to Jinnah. Next. Partition could have been avoided. Partition could have been avoided. Partition could have been avoided if British had cracked down on communal violence. If British had cracked down on communal violence. Cracked down on communal violence. But they played passive role. But they played passive role of mediator. But they played passive role of mediator. Passive role of mediator between INC and ML. Between INC and ML. Full stop. Next point. MTB was working for British national interest. MTB was working for British national interest. British national interest of future influence in South Asia. Of future influence in South Asia. Therefore, better to have friendly India and Pakistan. Therefore, better to have friendly India and Pakistan instead of risking an unfriendly future Pakistan. Instead of risking an unfriendly future Pakistan. Unfriendly future Pakistan. मानेंगे today you create a united India, later on through direct action Pakistan comes, this Pakistan will be very anti-British. So therefore British national interest is fine, we wanted a strong friend. If not one strong friend, we can have two friends. So simple. Next point. Next point. MTB proposed dominion status. MTB proposed dominion status. MTB proposed dominion status and partition. MTB proposed dominion status and partition. And partition. Full stop. And partition. Full stop. Political victory. Political victory. Political victory in Britain. Political victory in Britain. Political victory in Britain. If empire preserved, if empire preserved, and also Commonwealth, economically important, and also Commonwealth economically important for Britain. Commonwealth economically important for Britain. Commonwealth economically important for Britain. Important for Britain. And dominion status would keep India. Dominion status would keep India in Commonwealth. Dominion status would keep India in Commonwealth. Would keep India in Commonwealth. जो कॉमनवेल्थ है इट इज लाइक एशियन. सो कॉमनवेल्थ ब्रैकेट में स्टार लगा के लिखिए. कॉमनवेल्थ इज इक्वल टू ब्रिटिश एम्पायर. कॉमनवेल्थ वॉज बेसिकली ब्रिटिश एम्पायर. Was basically British Empire. So when you get dominion status, you do not get full independence, right? So India would be able to be part of Commonwealth. For the Britishers they'll be able to keep India part of Commonwealth, and therefore leading to special economic relationship with India and Pakistan both, right? So it will be a political victory if dominion status is given instead of full independence or Purn Swaraj, right? Next point, right on. INC agreed because wanted communal violence to end. Wanted communal violence to end. Plus, since INC agreed to partition, therefore, all other demands of INC accepted. Example, unitary structure. Comma, informally, unitary structure, comma, informally, no right to secede. Informally, no right to secede to 565 PS. Informally, no right to secede to princely states to 565 PS. And Pakistan to be as small as possible. Next point, provisions dash. अब देखिए, if Pakistan has to be there, so Punjab and Bengal, they are the major Muslim majority states, तो वहां पे partition should be as simple as possible. So in Punjab and Bengal, a simple voting in favor of partition by either majority of Hindu MLAs or by majority of Muslim MLAs will lead to partition. Because यहाँ पे ज़्यादा tension नहीं लेनी है, voting by the people की and all of these tensions they don't want, right? So right on, first sub point. In Punjab and Bengal, dash simple majority of either. In Punjab and Bengal dash simple majority of either Hindu or Muslim MPLAs. Hindus or Muslim MPLAs. MPLAs माने members of PLA. Hindu or Muslim MPLAs in favor of partition will lead to partition. Next, plebiscite in Sindh. Plebiscite means voting by the people to ask whether you want to join India or Pakistan. Plebiscite in Sindh. Plebiscite in Sindh. Next, referendum. Referendum. Referendum is also voting by the people. Plebiscite in Sindh. And second, referendum in NWFP. In NWFP. And Silhet of Assam. And Silhet of Assam. Referendum in NWFP and Silhet of Assam. ठीक, what is the difference between, so अभी तक मिला नहीं मुझे कि क्यों ऐसा था, why plebiscite here, why referendum here, but in practice both of them they mean the same thing, slight differences are there. In plebiscite you seek opinion of the people and this opinion is not binding on the government, right? In referendum the decision that comes, it is binding on the government. You seek a decision in referendum, you seek an opinion in plebiscite, right? तो वो है, ठीक. Next point, voting by political leaders in Baluchistan. Voting by political leaders in Baluchistan. माने कि ये ट्राइबल लीडर्स होंगे. Voting by political leaders in Baluchistan. Next point, if vote in favor of partition, if vote in favor of partition, then 2 CA and 2 dominions. If vote in favor of partition, then 2 CAs and 2 dominions. And TOP, transfer of power to 2 centers. And TOP, transfer of power to 2 centers. By 15th August 1947. By 15th August 1947. Next, 2 boundary commissions. 2 boundary commissions. Both under Radcliffe. 2 boundary commissions, both under Radcliffe. Both under Radcliffe. For demarcating borders. For demarcating borders. In west and east. For demarcating borders in west and east. In west and east. Right? INC and ML both accepted. INC and ML both accepted. Both accepted. And vote everywhere came in favor of partition. And vote everywhere came in favor of partition. Vote everywhere came in favor of partition. Came in favor of partition. Came in favor of partition. ठीक. राइट, ठीक है. तो ऐसा है. अब एक पॉइंट लिखिए आप. पॉइंट क्या है? पॉइंट बेसिकली ये लिखिए आप. एक पॉइंट है, एक डॉक्यूमेंट में आपको अपलोड करूंगा, ठीक है. 2 डॉक्यूमेंट अपलोड करूंगा, ठीक है. और तीसरा तो है यहां पे, ठीक है. एक डॉक्यूमेंट रहेगा वाई पार्टीशन, ठीक है. सो दैट वाई पार्टीशन वी हैव डिस्कस्ड मल्टीपल टाइम्स. उसमें आपको रिफ्लेक्शन दिखेगा दैट पार्टीशन वाज अ लॉन्ग ड्रॉन प्रोसेस. 1872 सेंसस, 1897 रिजर्वेशन फॉर द मुस्लिम्स, राइट. बहुत सारी चीज उसमें, जैसे 1893 cow killing riots, INC did not do anything. Moderates, they never took up social questions, did not work for the Hindu-Muslim unity from the beginning, right? Then use of Hindu symbolism in Bengal partition and consequent Swadeshi movement, right? ऐसे ऐसे करके जितने भी पॉइंट्स हमने डिस्कस किए हैं वो मैं आपको एक जगह लाके दे दूंगा. सो उससे ये प्रूव हो जाएगा दैट पार्टीशन वाज अ लॉन्ग ड्रॉन प्रोसेस. Partition was a long drawn process. So why partition का आंसर मिल जाएगा. And another point will be that focus on appeasement of the Muslim League was there, right, which strengthened the Muslim League, right? So therefore you cannot blame Mahatma Gandhi for partition, you cannot blame any one particular person for partition. Yes, responsibility अगर fix करनी है तो INC पे fix करें, ना कि father of the nation पे, because that is politically not correct. But in a way, none of these people, they are able to unite both Hindus and Muslims properly, right? Especially Muslim League became extra powerful, right? तो एक वो सिंपल सा, उसमें कुछ नहीं है, जो चीजें हम ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं वो सारी एक जगह ला दूंगा मैं, ठीक. सेकेंड डॉक्यूमेंट विल बी सिमिलर इन नेचर, दैट विल बी फॉर वर्किंग क्लास मूवमेंट, राइट. उसमें क्या रहेगा, उसमें ऐसे रहेगा, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मॉडरेट्स वर प्रो कैपिटलिस्ट, देयरफॉर दे डिड नॉट टेक अप इश्यूज ऑफ वर्कर्स, ठीक है, वो हम पहले डिस्कस कर चुके हैं. Because they wanted to preserve unity between capitalist and workers. Plus they were pro-capitalist also. They did not want, they already said that they will not take up social questions. We will not take up class question. ऐसा कहा था उन्होंने. फिर उसके बाद क्या है कि भाई अगर moderates and INC ने, even if they picked up issues, they picked up issues of those workers who were working in foreign enterprises in India. Example, Swadeshi movement. Strikes were led in those enterprises which were foreign owned enterprises in India, ठीक. फिर हम क्या करेंगे, जैसे मेंशन करेंगे, in 1908 Tilak trial took place, workers they did a big demonstration. This point you have already written, but I will bring it at one place, right. Next, for example, during your this thing 1908 आ गया. Then next, for example, during your home rule league movement, workers they enthusiastically participated. This point we have already written, वो हम उसको वहां ले आएंगे, ठीक. ऐसे ही फिर मतलब ऐसे डिफरेंट करके पूरा कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी से लेकर पूरा एंड तक, क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट तक, जो बातें हमने वर्कर्स के बारे में लिखी हैं, वॉट एवर थिंग्स वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट वर्कर्स, विल ब्रिंग इट एट वन प्लेस. प्लस सम एडिशनल थिंग्स विल बी देयर. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लाला लाजपत राय ही सेड दैट imperialism or colonialism is taking place because of capitalism. That is, the British capitalists, they want raw materials from India and they want to sell their products in India. That's why imperialism is taking place. And capitalist is also enemy of workers. So therefore, Lala Lajpat Rai, who was the force behind setting up of All India Trade Union Congress in 1920, he said that we should bring workers together. इस टाइप की कुछ चीजें हैं. एक लास्ट चीज, फाइनली इट वाज इन 1922 दैट INC डिसाइडेड दैट नाउ वी विल टेक अप प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ इंडियन वर्कर्स ऑफ इंडियन एंटरप्राइजेस आल्सो. मतलब इस टाइप की कुछ चीजें हैं जो 95% वी हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड, बट आई विल बी ब्रिंगिंग इट एट वन प्लेस, ठीक. एंड एक मिसलेनियस है, एंड दैट इज द टॉपिक ऑफ मेनी वॉइसेस ऑफ नेशंस. इसमें दो वॉइसेस कवर्ड हैं. पेजेंट मूवमेंट्स हमने ऑलरेडी कवर करी, बीट प्री 1857, बीट पोस्ट 1857, चाहे वो 1920s की बरदौली सत्याग्रह, बोरसाद सत्याग्रह, इस प्रकार से. वर्किंग क्लास का मैं आपको दूंगा, इसमें विमेन और दलित का है, ठीक. विमेन का भी काफी हद तक हम कवर कर चुके हैं कि कहां कहां विमेन का पार्टिसिपेशन, वेयर ऑल इट टुक प्लेस, बट सम स्पेशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ऑफ विमेन एटसेट्रा दे आर मेंशन. सिमिलरली BR अम्बेडकर से रिलेटेड जो उन्होंने पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सेटअप करी, कुछ वो मतलब एक डेल्टा, ठीक है. तो बस एक ये ऐसा एक डॉक्यूमेंट है जो आप पढ़ सकते हैं. कोई भी आपको डाउट हो, यू कैन मेल मी, ठीक है. बट डिले मत करना. डिले इन द सेंस, मैं तो ऑलवेज अवेलेबल टू आंसरिंग योर डाउट्स, बट आप भूल जाओगे हिस्ट्री को. आप कहोगे यार इसे बाद में ही करेंगे, राइट. नहीं यार, ये वाला मैं वैसे भी ऐसे ही देता हूं, उसमें क्लास की वजह से नहीं मैं छोड़ रहा. ये वाली जो चीजें हैं वो हम इसी प्रकार से देते हैं, बिकॉज इसमें कोलेशन है. जो बात, द थिंग्स विच वी हैव डिस्कस्ड सेपरेटली विल ब्रिंग इट एट वन प्लेस, राइट. सो देयरफॉर ये चीजें रहेंगी, ठीक है. दीज डॉक्यूमेंट्स आई विल अपलोड, ठीक है, इन अ कपल ऑफ डेज, ठीक है. तो इस प्रकार से, ठीक है. एंड पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस इंडिया में वेन एवर इट हैपन्स, देयर द इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ द प्रिंसली स्टेट्स एंड द सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल एटसेट्रा, दोज पॉइंट्स दे विल डिस्कस्ड देयर, राइट. तो इस प्रकार से, है ना, बहुत अच्छा लगा, मजा आ गया. लास्ट वाली क्लास तक देखो, आप लोग बैठे हुए हो. पार्टीशन किसने किया? पार्टीशन के लिए राइज ऑफ मुस्लिम लीग इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड फेलियर ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस टू यूनाइट द हिंदूज एंड मुस्लिम, दैट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल. टाइप करके भेज दियो क्वेश्चन, ठीक है. सो आई एम ऑलवेज अवेलेबल ऑन द ईमेल, यू कैन ऑलवेज आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अगर आपको कभी मिलना भी हो यहाँ पे, सो देयरफॉर वी कैन मीट ऑल्सो, ठीक है. फोन नंबर था, ठीक है. एनी डाउट्स दैट यू हैव, ठीक है. तो इस प्रकार से इनका प्रिंट आउट्स ले लेना, इस वाले का प्रिंट आउट ले लेना, इन 3 डॉक्यूमेंट्स का प्रिंट आउट ले लेना, ठीक है। साहिल, मेरा नाम साहिल नहीं है, हिमांशु है, ठीक है। सो थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम एंड थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द लव एंड अफेक्शन। हाँ जी।